Good afternoon. Welcome to RC Racing TV. Joining us here at Racing Arena Limburg, Sittard in the Netherlands, for the EFRA 1/12 Track European Championships. This is the top heat of stock, just about to go. This is the last of the practice sessions before the reseed. There will be, after the opening ceremony and the reseed, we're then going to go into one more round of practice in heat order, then one round of qualifying today. Scheduled for 4 rounds of qualifying tomorrow, and then 3-legged finals for everybody on Sunday. I'd like to thank our event sponsors, A-Main Hobbies, Roche, Zen Racing and Montec for helping us to bring you this coverage, as well as EFRA for inviting us along. Just waiting for the cars to stage up to the line. The drivers in this heat: Lewis Parker, Marcus Mobers, Jorn Neumann, Hupo Honigel, Ben Vincent, Max Mackler, Mark Stiles and Alex Laurent. Some familiar looking paint schemes out there. Also some plain white body shells. Not everybody confident enough to run race paint yet. Just watching everybody. There's Ollie Payne just wandering through the shot. Waiting for everybody to be released out onto the circuit. This reseed's going to be done on fastest 3 consecutive laps, so you're not looking for the overall quickest time. You'll see in the time bar on the right-hand side of your screen, the numbers flash up as they go past. They'll be highlighted in a teal colour. Turquoisey colour. 1 lap down for a few of them. We will give it a couple of laps and see where everybody settles in. Ben Vincent being true to form and popping his car on its roof. He's been pretty fast this morning, but crashing a bit. So Marcus Mobers fastest at the moment, over 2 laps from Jorn Neumann. Just getting on to the 3rd lap now, so Marcus Mobers 38.3 over 3 laps. Mobers back to the front. At this point now, the order's going to change around a little bit, so this sidebar that's displaying isn't necessarily going to reflect the correct order.
Let's pick a car to follow.
Okay, let's see if we can find...
Or is it cameraman's choice? Who's Ash got?
Who's Ash got at the moment? He's got one of the white cars. That is car number 3. So is that Jorn Neumann? It is Jorn Neumann. The all-white coloured car. So he's just coming round now. And we need to name a few of these corners in deference to our event sponsors.
Well, that looks like an R over in the far corner.
Yeah, okay, so we've got the Roche R over there in the far corner. Coming through the middle here, I think we, or when we come down to the middle of the circuit.
There's the Roche R.
That's the Roche R. I think here, this must be the A-Main chicane.
Oh, I thought that was the Montec M.
No, the Montec M's down here. It's an M from the driver's point of view. So
okay,
we'll pick up the Montec M as we come down. So A-Main chicane. We're down here. That's the Montec M through there. And we need to get the Zen Z as well. So that's through the R. I think the Z's as we come out onto the main straight, possibly. So there we go. That's the Zen Z there, like an inverted Z. So
or Z for our UK listeners.
Well, there is that. But Zen Z flows better than Zen Z.
Very true.
That's got to get the flow correct in the enunciation. And make Frank feel at home, of course. So Jorn Neumann running in 3rd place at the moment. Let's see who's quickest. It is Alex Laurent. Let's see if we can pick him up. He is car number 8. So he's the 2nd of the cars on the main straight, off the end of the main straight now. In fact, he's just in front of the mint green car. He's just going around
in front of us now.
There we go. It's the lead of those two cars. Mint green car is Hupo Honigel. So this is Alex Laurent we're running with, the quickest car out there. You can see he's just edging away from Hupo. Hupo, former winner of this class, the stock class. Small mistake here. We saw earlier when chatting with some of the drivers, they're commenting that these bot dots, they're very, very punishing. You've got to hug them tight in order to gain the time, but you can see there another mistake from Alex. Doesn't really cost him in this instance because he's already put in 3 quick laps. But when it gets into 8-minute runs a little later on, that's going to be vitally important for him. Alex at the moment some 4 tenths quicker, 4.5 tenths quicker over 3 laps than second place man Marcus Mobers. Your Neumann running in third. Then we've got Lewis Parker. In fact, Lewis Parker launches himself up the order into second right at the end. So 3 laps in, he's about 3 tenths off Alex Laurent over 3 laps. So a tenth of a second a lap. There we go. Alex Laurent takes that from Lewis Parker, Marcus Mobers, Ewan Neumann, Hupo Honigel, Mark Stiles, Max Mackler, and Ben Vincent. That's going to go into the reseed. I believe there is now going to be a break before the modified of about half an hour.
Well, isn't it a break and then a
opening ceremony? It's a break modified, then the opening ceremony.
Break modified. Okay.
Yes. There's a few less people here this weekend than was anticipated. There's some entries missing, I think, because of the proximity of the meeting to the Worlds. They're obviously expensive meetings to attend for privateers.
Yes.
Both the World Championships and the Euros. And it's actually a little bit odd because most times when you have a Worlds in a block, you don't have a European champ or have a Euros whenever EFRA has a
makes sense.
A Worlds within their block. That section doesn't normally run a 12th scale meeting, but it was the only opportunity. Unfortunately, this venue here, Racing Arena Limburg, will be closing at next week, effectively.
Yes.
Which it's a double-edged sword. They should be moving to a new venue, which will be good for them. It will be positive. It's allowed them to lay a bit more of a technical track than they might do normally.
Yep.
As it's a commercial venue, they have to take into account that the layout that they put down would normally be used for all classes.
Yep.
So it's got to be a little bit more open, a little bit wider to suit touring cars, GT cars, F1 cars, that kind of thing. They haven't had to do that.
And as they say, a change is good as a rest.
Absolutely. So good opportunity.
Pastures new.
Indeed.
Yeah.
So.
If you've just tuned in. I was going to say tuned, but then my brain went, no, let's say joined. So put them both together and said joined.
Joined.
If you've just tuned in, thank you. We are RC Racing TV. We are live from Limburg in the Netherlands, bringing you the 1/12th EFRA European Championships over the next 3 days. This is day 1, mainly consisting of time practice. We do, as far as I'm aware, have a qualifying round at the end of today. Tomorrow, full day of qualifying, and then Sunday we will have a full day of finals. The team bringing you this production this weekend, we have James Stewart, aka Part Number, doing the commentary for us all weekend. We have Ash Leontine doing the amazing camera work. Down there somewhere, I'm saying down there, no one can see my face, but down behind me somewhere, we have Frank McKinney doing additional media support for us, and myself, James Parry, doing a bit of everything, fiddling with settings and filming things, and jack of all trades. There you go, that's my job title, jack of all trades.
There you go, and master of some.
Thank you to our sponsors. Thank you to A-Main, to Roche, to Zen Racing, and to Montec. Thank you for your support, allowing us to bring you all the action live as it happens and free of charge, more importantly. Hello to Julie Thurston, who's watching, a member of the EFRA team. Hello to Stefan. Those of you who don't know, Stefan is our friend from Sweden, who all the timing that you see on the screen at the minute, all the timing in the top right, and all the kind of the rounds that appear in the top left. That's all thank you to Stefan, who does some geekery black magic and pulls that data in and allows us to lay that over the top of the stream. So thank you very much to him. Very much appreciated as always, because every time we come to one of these races, the club does something different. They'll do first name, last name, or last name, first name, or they'll decide to have the rounds in their local dialect and not qualification, practice and finals, as has happened here. So no matter what time of day, I drop him a message. He must dread the Facebook message from me when I go, Stefan,
sees your face pop up in that little disc in the corner.
could you just change something? And no matter what, or even where, he's been on holiday before and taken his laptop just so he could make sure that the live timing was going to be available. So thank you to him. Tony Wade, hello. Hello, Tony. Paul Rutter, hello. Paul saying can't watch much because I've said that completely wrong. Working, can't watch much. It doesn't matter if you're working. I'll give you a tip. Put some headphones in your phone, hide the cable up your shirt and just pop one earphone in. And even though you can't see us, you could listen to us.
I don't know why Tony Wade's saying hello to us. He's sat down behind us.
Pardon?
He's there. With
that kind of work. I thought he was back in the UK working.
No, Tony Wade is down there. That's he said hello to us.
So where's Paul Rutter?
I don't know where Paul Rutter is.
I thought you meant Paul Rutter was over there.
No.
As in he was working on his car.
Yes.
Oh, fair enough. No. Okay, fair enough. That was a Facebook. Let's have a quick look at the YouTube coverage. Marco Firmo, good morning. That was Marco commented the instant we went live. Good morning in Italy. Thank you, Marco, for joining us. Emmanuel, hi from Italy. Someone else from Italy. Hello, Emmanuel. Luke Hobson. Good afternoon, race fans. I can't get my words out today. I'm going to blame the drive. We drove over here from the UK, and it was a very long day.
I thought it was only an hour from the Channel Tunnel.
Apparently, yeah. Someone told me it was only an hour from the Channel Tunnel, but in fact, no. We, as a team, I think our first set out was about 4:30ish UK time yesterday, and we got here about 5:30 local. So in all, it took 12 hours. It took us to get here then.
Yeah.
Which was fun. We came through the Channel Tunnel. Drift Craze 2, it's 7:18 in the morning over here. In New York, we've got viewers from America already. Drift Craze, thank you for joining us. That's awesome. Dave Foster, hi James. I'm guessing that's you because you're in the RC world and I'm not.
Yes.
But if you do know me, David, then I apologise and hello back. But I'm guessing it's you.
Dave Foster, he works for Schumacher.
But he's not here, no?
No, he's not here.
Hello. Good to hear the sore throat is better. Yes. James Stewart is on form. He's ready to commentate for 3 solid days.
Yeah,
Sorry,
no, don't.
Let's not jinx it. He was quite poorly at the Worlds in Milton
I wasn't
in January.
particularly well. Yeah, there was a few people actually went down with some kind of bug. I think after that meeting.
Yeah, it wasn't a great one. But the chocolate brownies from Nero Cafe were amazing. Anyway, that's a side note. Javier, the president of EFRA, who is. What's the official term for what he's doing? Is that race?
He's refereeing.
Refereeing. I can always get confused between director and refereeing. Javier is refereeing, and you can't. In fact, you can see just to the right of the rostrum. You might just see a laptop just before.
Yeah, he's under the right-hand Racing Arena Limburg banner.
Yes, above the hoodie arena, the hoodie.
Yeah.
Purple banner. That's where you will see Javier sitting for the next 3 days.
Perched on that stool.
Ooh, this is a first for me. I don't know about anyone else. Sung Park, hello from South Korea. It's 9:30 now, 9:30 in the evening. Hello, Sung. Thank you for joining us. Awesome to have a viewer from South Korea. I think that's the first as far as I'm aware. Well, we've never had a shout-out from a South Korea.
I don't think so, no.
Well, hello. That's awesome. So we got New York, South Korea, Italy in the middle somewhere. We're worldwide.
We are.
We're global.
Not sure if we've got anybody from Australia, New Zealand with us yet.
If you're from Australia, New Zealand, give us a shout out.
South Africa.
Yes. We've got another one here. In fact, no, I don't want to miss any. Leo, hello, Leo. Leo has put a comment in his local language. Unfortunately, I can't understand that, but I hope it's a nice comment. Hello. Bungie, excellent commentary, mates. Excellent. Thank you very much. We haven't really done a lot of commentary yet. We were just caught at the end of the of that practice for mod. But James is, I don't mind saying this, James is very good at his commentary and he's very knowledgeable on the sport as well. If you've got any questions, do ping over to the chat rooms on either Facebook or YouTube, depending on which channel you're watching, and fire questions over to him. I won't be in the booth for the rest of the day. James will be monitoring some things, but I might be able to pop up every now and again and do a bit of a social section. Cooper Phillips, I have a story. I was hit in the chest with a nitro buggy. Ouch. Cooper Phillips. Yeah, I haven't seen a chest hit. I've seen ankle hits. In fact, I've been hit in the ankle by a 1/8 nitro, which was fun. These things do happen, despite the safety standards that are in place to prevent it. Sometimes
chest hit's going to be at a fair speed as well, because to get that height off of a jump, that's
yes.
not going to be moving slowly.
No.
At the point of the track. So.
No, that's it. Yeah. RC Cars Galaxy, hi. 3 eyes, hi. Hello back. Hi back. Bobby Z88, good morning from Canada. So we've got New York, Canada on our west side, and to the west of us. Hello, Bobby. Good morning. That was Cooper Phillips. Steve Donald. Afternoon, James. Thoughts on the track, grip, etc. Do you know Steve Donald, first of all?
Yes, he's another local from us. We sort of have a local pocket here. James just down the road from us. There's a few of us.
Yes.
Very close.
3 of us here. We're in 5 minutes of each other, practically.
Pretty much, yes. Yes, so Steve is a local.
3 of us here, with the RCTV team, and then there are other locals around us.
Yes, absolutely. So, Steve, the track layout, as we said earlier, it's a little bit more technical than is normal for a Euros that they've had here, because the track is unfortunately closing down permanently. Next week, they've been able to lay out a 12th specific track. It's meant that it's been able to be a little bit tighter. It's fresh carpet. They'll be rolling that up and moving that to their new venue. So the grip, so far, they've only been doing 4-minute runs for the seeding. So effectively, each heat's only had 8 minutes. It's not great at the moment, the traction level. Mm-hmm. The type of additive they're using either the SpeedTech additive or the Spider Blue. So SpeedTech has got oil
I'm more
in
of a Spider Blue person.
Are you?
Yeah,
okay. Yeah. It'll switch to that later on in the meeting.
But I don't know what Spider Blue is.
One additive has oil in it, one is oil-free.
That was more of a side comment for the viewers. You don't need to explain. Well, I know it's an additive.
It's an additive type, and traction normally builds quicker when you use oily additives.
Ah, I see.
You can see a black line going down around the circuit.
You can actually from this morning,
yes,
yeah.
So
yeah, you can. You
wouldn't have that quick development of that black line with a non-oily additive.
I see. Some more shout-outs. I only half cut you short then, because there's even more shout-outs. I'm going to get them out. This is awesome. Fabian Clemens, hi from Detroit. Another one on the west side.
Okay.
Hello. Chris Goldsmith. See, when you ask for it, they will deliver. Hi from Oz.
Hello,
We've got
Chris.
our Australian. Excellent. Hello, Chris. Welcome along. Brian Newton. Hello from West Michigan. Hello, Brian. Thank you for joining us. Stephen Deacon, watching from sunny Leicester. Oh, I live near Leicester. In fact, I pay my council taxes to Leicestershire, so there you go. Hello, Stephen. Welcome along. Now, I'm going to try and not mess this name up. I'm not great with names. Boubou Varine.
Yeah, Boubou Varine.
Boubou Varine. Hello from France. Bonjour. Welcome along. Ça va? I can't remember much from GCSE French, but we'll go with that. That's enough to show that I've tried. DJ Lee Sam, he's just put Yay DJ or JDJ. Okay.
Can you manage the next name?
Paul Green, I think. Paul Green?
Yeah, sounds about right.
Paul Guren.
Yes.
Paolo Garino. Hello from Macclesfield. Hello. Welcome along, Paul. Because we're in 2 chat rooms, I have to keep flicking with my phone, so I'm sorry if I'm missing anyone here. That wasn't cool. Hey, Sander de Graaf, Thailand here.
Hello, Sander.
We've got a Thailand as well. Maybe later in the year we'll get a map up, and we'll do like a shout-out map, and we'll drop pins from where people are watching from. Be like bingo, see if we can get.
That'll be cool.
10 of the top countries.
Yeah, that'll be cool.
There's going to be some obscure countries like Trinidad and Tobago. I've never had anyone from there. That's unlikely. But
Jamaica?
No, she does it of her own accord. Yeah.
We knew that was coming.
Crazy Wolf. I'm 25 and still can't drive an X car. I think he means RC car. I can do RC planes, no problem. See, now I'd be the other way around. I don't know how you can do planes but not cars, but there we go. Cooper Phillips, hello from Pennsylvania. A lot of American followers, I suppose, because where are we? They're behind, aren't they? So
That's a bit harsh.
I mean in time. I suppose it's the morning for them, yeah. Probably getting to work, can't be bothered to crack on. So I don't know, stick the browser on, put a bit of RC racing on. That's fair enough, I don't blame you. Take it back. One of the countries I was actually going to say this name as well. That's really weird. When we were talking about Trinidad and Tobago, I was actually going to say, we don't get shout outs from countries like Trinidad and Tobago and Barbados, for instance. I didn't say Barbados, but then randomly, Alucard Culebra? Sorry, I'm terrible with names. Hi from Barbados. What are the chances?
That's mad.
Crazy Wolves in Philadelphia. Would you believe? No action on the track, no moving camera, and all this interaction. That's awesome. Loving it.
Excellent.
Ça va très bien. Which I guess is fine, thank you.
Fine, okay.
I'm fine, thank you. Marco Ziegler, moin. Moin back to you, Marco. Neil Eastle. Hi, all the
Overleaters
8th F2 racing team. Hello to the Overleaters 8th F2 racing team from us to RC Racing TV. Diddy Oldman, hello at all. Hello back. Well, we've got a little bit of time until we get more track on the action.
About 15 minutes.
Unfortunately, what happened is we announced that we were going on at 1:15, and since then they've changed the race schedule. And because we're the good people that we are, we don't just want to put another post up that says, delayed. We would rather come on, start interacting, talking to everyone. Don't forget, if you haven't already, there's different ways that you can keep up to date with what we do and interact with us. So we broadcast, we live stream to Facebook and YouTube, but you already know that because if you're listening to my voice and you're on one of those platforms already. But we also are on Facebook as a group and as a page. We started off as a group, and the group we kind of backed away from slightly. It's for all of you RC enthusiasts to talk amongst yourselves, share RC anecdotes, and talk about race meets, etc., etc. We now have a Facebook page, which we've had for a number of years now, and that's where we advertise mainly where we're going to be, when it's going to be, and the links for the streams, etc., etc. So do head over to Facebook, do click like on the page, do click join on the group, and once we've confirmed you are not a seller of unwanted financial products, fake sunglasses and hooky handbags, we will welcome you into the RC Racing TV group, usually live on air. So go and do that, and I'll give you a shout out later today if you do. And if you go over to YouTube and hit the subscribe button and the bell icon, the notification.
You couldn't have scripted that.
That wasn't me pressing the bell. That was actually the cafeteria behind me hitting the bell as I was talking about the bell notification in YouTube. I hope the viewers could hear that bell. That was brilliant.
Perfect timing.
I need to clip that out. That's great. So the notification thing, yes, whenever we go live on YouTube, your devices, you'll get a pop-up across the top of the screen and it will say RC Racing TV is live. So if for any reason you've forgotten that we were going to go live, you'll actually get a notification from YouTube. I think you get notifications on Facebook as well when you go live if you like the page.
You do, if you like the page, yes.
Yeah.
Obviously, if you are watching on Facebook, we do have to restart the stream at some point, although I think today it's going to be uninterrupted, isn't it? I would think. On today's stream.
Yes.
But just a quick shout out to our event sponsors as well for helping us to bring this coverage. That's A-Main Hobbies, Roche, Zen Racing and Montec. Would like to say thank you to them as always for supporting us in bringing you this coverage live and free from the event here at Racing Arena Limburg in Sittard in the Netherlands. Very close to the German border.
Yeah, we're in a little piece of the Netherlands in between Belgium and Germany. That's only an hour away from the Channel Tunnel, apparently.
Yes, thanks, Matt.
It wasn't. It was 3.5 hours for us.
Yes.
That was due to a little bit of traffic as well, but it should have been 3 hours minimum.
Yeah, about 3 hours is what we reckon. But the lengths we go to bring you this coverage.
Exactly.
And more.
It did not stop raining for 24 hours.
No, it was
horrible drive. Anyway, let's not whinge on air.
No.
I started.
We're bringing you the story here. This is the story of
the
how
blood, sweat, and tears of how we bring this production to you.
Yes, it's always a bit of an eye opener for people, I think, as to what goes into bringing you the event. So,
let's talk a bit of RC, and I'm gonna have to go in a minute and film some more stuff. Let's talk RC because. For me, and I'm not an RC, but for me, one of the biggest things because I was lucky enough to be at the Worlds last year at the Hoodie Arena.
That was the Euros.
Sorry, Euros. I mean, I'm getting my Worlds.
Well, you were at the Worlds last year at the Hoodie Arena as well, but that was off-road.
Yes, that was off-road. Sorry, I was at the Euros 1/12 at the Hoodie Arena last year, and I've been with the RC racing team now, nearly 15 years. Can't be. Crikey, I think it is. It's why it was at least 12 or 13. I think it's getting closer to 15. Anyway, I digress. And in fact, one of the first races I covered was there was a gentleman there called Jorn Neumann, and that event was a 1/10 off-road in Valladolid in Spain. That was with Frank and with Matt. And so the point is, Jorn Neumann is a 1/10 driver. And then last year, in 2019, at the Euros for the 1/12, who do we see in the participants list other than Jorn Neumann, having never driven 1/12 before? And not only that, 1/10 is a kind of a three-dimensional off-road way to drive. You've got jumps and ramps and this, that, and the other. Very different to on-road, which is very flat, very precise, less forgiving. I would assume, not being a driver myself. And so bear that in mind. We have a gentleman here called Alex Hagberg, which a lot of you might know. A Swedish gentleman, lives in the UK still, I believe, or does he move back to
he lives in Luton.
Luton, yeah. Lives in Luton, races for X-Ray. Has been sponsored by them for as long as I can remember. And he's always dominated the 1/12 class. But Jorn Neumann last year came very, very close to knocking him off a 6-year winning spell for...
Yes, yeah, so he's got 6 consecutive titles, so looking for
this
a
is
seventh.
Hagberg's got 6, looking for a 7th. But last year, just before he got his 6, Jorn Neumann was extremely close. And to go from one class to another all of a sudden and just be there in the top... Where did he actually finish up, Jorn Neumann?
It was on the podium. I think he finished.
It was a podium, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was 3rd in the end, I believe.
So out of nowhere and finishes 3rd. And at one point looked like he could have beaten Hagberg, which is an incredible feat. That's kind of like
he was going into the last round of qualifying. He was on pole position. Alex had to take the last round of qualifying and set a faster time. And in fact, Jorn was very, very fair to him because Alex was starting off behind him, and I'm sure it must have flashed through his mind that Alex not only needed to win, but he also needed to set a faster time as well than Jorn had already set. And whilst you wouldn't take another driver off, all he would have had to have done is sat there on the racing line for 15-20 seconds, not particularly pushing to the maximum, and it would have just knocked Alex off of that pace. So very, very fair as well.
Could have made himself wide.
Yeah, just to back the pace of the runoff slightly.
Yeah.
So very, very fair on Jorn's part. But yeah, he definitely gave Alex something to think about, and Alex had to dig really, really deep and use all the resources that were available to him there at the facility, including his tyre sponsor as well, who was able to find some tyres that that they'd previously tested and sidelined as not being the most effective.
Yeah.
But felt they suited the conditions, so he really had to dig deep.
Yeah. I mean, to try and for any of you that potentially at this stage it's probably few and far between, but if anyone's listening that is not from an RC background or may not know of the names that we're talking about, or even the classes 1/12, 1/10, on-road, off-road, what does it all mean? I'll put it into kind of a layman's term. Let's say who's a top rally driver?
What, rally as in WRC?
Yeah, anything like that.
Like Sebastian Ogier or something.
There you go, because I don't know rally. So that it's kind of like the equivalent of Sebastian Ogier jumping in a Formula One car and giving Lewis Hamilton a run for his money.
To some degree, yeah.
Don't pull it apart. This is only a layman's example. You know what I mean? Someone from a different class coming and giving someone from another class a very tight race. So it was great. So I'm looking forward to seeing how that develops this year. We are a little bit one thing that viewers may have noticed, or the enthusiasts between you may have seen from the time schedules and the participant lists on the timing webpage, which is myrcm.ch. If you go there, you'll see all the information for Limburg. You'll see we are quite low on drivers. Now, as James has said, that is possibly because of the Worlds, which is happening also this year.
It happened in January.
Sorry, happened this year. Half asleep. I'm thinking about other things and trying to talk, and it's not working. Happened this year already, but also obviously there's a bit of a nasty flu going around at the minute that may have played some consideration to some people not wanting to travel around Europe.
Yeah, I think it has had an effect, certainly, and made some people a little bit reluctant to travel.
Obviously, we're talking about the coronavirus for anyone that's not guessed.
Yeah, I think certainly for some people it's been a factor. There's definitely less here than were on the entry list, so if they've entered the meeting and decided not to travel, then that may have been a consideration for them, that it might not be an environment that they wanted to expose themselves to.
Yeah, I don't blame them. Viewers, you'll be pleased to know that the waffle is almost over. I will be departing very soon because I think by now we're about
leaving the stage, not.
Yeah, not.
Things haven't just taken a very dark turn.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not going anywhere. Is that in probably 2 minutes? I think, because it was 2 minutes ago. They said 4 minutes, and I can do math. So about 2 minutes ago, 2 minutes to go until our next round come out, which is.
So
GT?
This is time practice. No, this is modified.
Modified
time practice 3.
Oh, I thought that was from the last.
No, that's heat number 10. So there's 12 heats here. 2 heats are the GT class, which is 1/12 scale pan cars, LMP cars, with a 17.5 ton motor and a GT style body shell.
Yes.
That's not actually an EFRA meeting, so we're not actually going to be bringing you full coverage of.
Yeah, that's just
of those, but the cameras will be left on, and there'll be
timing on screen. You can see who's doing what, but that will give us a chance to do other things.
Yes. So 2 heats of that, and then heats 3 through 9 are the stock class. So that's the largest class here this weekend.
Mm-hmm.
See Ben Vincent just walking towards us there at the bottom of the screen,
and also on the left of the screen. I hope he's not looking on his phone to see if he's on screen. If he turns around and gives us a smirk.
That's Lewis Parker.
Mm-hmm. Another local. Lives just down the road from both of us.
Yes.
Who dropped into the A main last year for the Euros at the Hoodie Arena. So that's another one to watch this weekend.
Absolutely. Very unlucky at the Worlds as well. Was pole in the B final.
And another UK representative on the very right of your screen. That's Mark Stiles. Who, fun enough segue to what we were talking about, also works in the Formula One industry.
He does. And actually looks like he's been sat a bit too close to the paint booth at Mercedes, looking at the shade of his hair.
Such an old joke. I even looked across and then remembered, you've said that before.
I have. It's been rolled out before. Drivers competing in this race then. René Doctor, Riccardo Ferretti, Stefan Huyss, Leo Hongisto. And, let's have a look. We've just lost very briefly the rest of them. Jonathan Miller, Mario Neri. We have got Branislav Panek, and we have got Tuka Tianen. Let's see if everybody has staged up and crossed the line.
There's a spare plug there if you want that for your iPad. You can turn the auto lock off.
I will. I'll plug it in a second when I've.
Yeah, just let you know. Right, I'm going to leave you.
Okay, thank you very much.
I'm going to turn that down. If you want to talk to anyone, they can use that.
Okay.
And that is on number 3. Sorry to talk technical there. And when you keep an eye on that to make sure that it stays that colour.
I will do.
Many thanks. Toodle pip.
Toodle pip, indeed. Cars staging at the line. Rene Doctor will lead them off with the number 1 car. Here is the white car with white wheels.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Car 1.
Doctor through the Zenzi, down the main straight, up towards the Rochar, through the A main chicane, back down through the Montec M. These are the modified powered cars. Quickest cars we'll see this weekend. Looking pretty good for Rene. He's already pulled a bit of a gap. Car looking like it turns in really crisply. Nicely done off the end of the main straight. See if we can pick up someone else out there. This just 3 fast laps that we're looking for. Let's see who else is on the move. I think the 8 car of Tianen is looking pretty rapid. He is the all blue coloured car, I believe. He's just, there we go, we've got him. Good work, Ash. Down the main straight. Comes up through the Roche R. A main chicane. Down through the Montec M. Back out through the Zenzi. Currently running in 3rd place. So he was a little bit slower in direction change in the middle of that chicane immediately after the Roche R. See if he gets it right this time. That was better. Looked like it pushed a little bit on exit more than others. Most of these guys will be running a spool. It's a relatively new thing, certainly in the last year to 18 months. Drivers have rediscovered spools in 1/12 scales. Certainly wasn't prevalent when we were here 2 years ago last for the Euros. It does seem a bit counterintuitive running a solid axle across the rear of the car. What it does, it makes the car very, very resistant to changing direction on turning. But you get so much drive when you accelerate off of the corner. That's unreal, and that's where you gain all of the time. So as with anything with a car setup, it's a bit of a compromise, and the aim is to get yourself around the track as quickly as possible. With the spool in the car, you kind of have to drive in the top part of the stick or the top part of the trigger, trail the throttle everywhere. If you back off the throttle, the rear just wants to lock and you lose the back of the car, and the car slides out, and it can make them quite difficult to drive, and if you make a mistake, a little bit difficult to recover from. Once you've picked up the art of it, though, it can get you around the track very, very quickly. But small mistake there, going through the Zenzi for Tianen. Let's see who else we've got out there that is running quickly. I think the 2 car of Ferretti is looking pretty good. Riccardo Ferretti. Let's see if we can identify the 2 car. That's the 3 car. The number 2 car is just one of these ones coming out towards the main straight now, I believe. It's the blue, the black and green car. So he is just going up through the Rochar now. There we go. Riccardo Ferretti, the Italian driver. See Ferretti looking like he's struggling now. He's managed to pump in 3 fairly fast laps. Rene Doctor clearly faster than everybody else. And in fact, is that a retirement with a broken car? See him parked at the feet of Max Mackler. Some kind of issue there. So Ferretti has dropped off. Let's see who we've picked up now. I think that might be the 5 car of Jonathan Miller, the French driver. Down the main straight. You can see when he got on the throttle there, it didn't have the car running in a perfectly straight line. That's the other thing that you find with a spool, that the car will tend to just go exactly where it's pointing when you wind up the throttle, especially with a modified in the car with that much power. It just launches off in the direction that you happen to be pointing. Bit of a skill to get used to. Some drivers find that although they lap slower individually with a differential in the car, it's actually better over the course of a run in terms of consistency. Of course, at the moment, they just want to do 3 fast consecutive laps to seed themselves into as high a heat as possible. 3 fast laps don't really matter. These are 4-minute runs that they're running for the seeding. See Mark Stiles there just at the bottom of the shot, squinting at the result board. Two minutes till the start of heat number 11 before we go into the reseed and opening ceremony. Got Alexander Anderson, Adam Catchpole, Patrick Gasseur, Stéphane Lemperrière, Jacques Libar, Thomas Liptak, Jean-Michel Varinard and Vesely will be our drivers. Couple of staging laps for everybody to feel what they've got underneath them. Only the second time that these modified drivers have been out on track. There will have been a lot of track involvement since the last time that they were out there. Grip building pretty massively. You can already see the line appearing. Thank you to our event sponsors, A-Main Hobbies, Roche, Zen Racing and Montec, for helping us here at RC Racing TV to bring you this live coverage of the EFRA 1/12 Track European Championships from Racing Arena Limburg in Sittard in the Netherlands. So cars being told to line up, form up on the line. Everyone getting ready. Car 1 of Alexander Anderson going to lead away.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
In fact, I don't think Alex is there, so I think Adam Catchpole's going to lead off.
10, 9, 8.
Adam, the car nearest us, the number 2 car.
4, 3, 2, 1. Car 1, 2,
So there we go. Adam leads off through the Zenzi,
5, 6,
up through the Rochard,
8.
towards the A-Main chicane. He's gone through there successfully. Small mistake there from Adam coming onto the main straight. Just put Patrick Gasseur right on him. So Gasseur goes to the front after 1 lap and a very quick opening lap. That's the white-fronted red rear car. Let's see if we can pick him up as he goes through the Rochard. There we go. Nice work, Ash. Through the A-Main chicane. Down towards the Montec M. So Alex Anderson not running. Everybody else up and running. Very, very good for Patrick Gasseur there. Looks really good through the Montec M. Car turns in and just holds a line. It looks like he's using very, very little steering lock, which is really one of the keys to success. It lets you carry so much corner speed. Car looking really tight there, not apparently scrubbing off any kind of speed, running in line with itself, really rapid there through the change of direction in the centre of a chicane. Losing so little time. He can just get on the power, and that's a great feeling. If you ask him how the car feels, everything's going to feel like it's happening in slow motion, but he's just carving his way through the field past other cars. And it's a little bit depressing, really, when you're driving around there and you think, your car feels really good, and someone comes past you like that, and he'll be up there almost twiddling his thumbs and just cruising around and wondering what everybody else is up to. It won't feel anything special, but Patrick Gasseur's car looking really, really good and well balanced at this stage of the meeting. Only slight concern you might have with that is at this stage of the meeting, the traction levels aren't quite where you'd want them to be. With these 12th scale pan cars, the rear tyres are much, much wider than the front tyres. Having said that, Patrick Gasseur just runs the chicane and pops it on its roof in the middle. With these 12th scale pan cars, where the rear tyres are much, much wider than the fronts, as the grip comes up, you get proportionally more rear traction than you do front. So a car that's really well balanced in low grip conditions can turn into a car that still feels really nice to drive in high grip, but the balance goes a little bit towards understeer. So you struggle to carry the corner speed. No concerns at the moment, though, for Patrick Gasseur. Car looking really, really quick out there. And he is over 3 laps. He's only about 2/10 up on Jacques Liebert, but those two are some 7/10 down the road, really, from the third place man currently of Vessigli. So let's see if we can find the number 5 car out there of Jacques Liebert. Just see if we can spot him. I think he is... Where is he? Is he the pink-coloured car? I think he might be the pink-coloured car. Believe that is the 5 car. Yep, it is. Okay. So, I mean, he's looking a little bit different, the way that Jacques is getting the speed over Patrick Gasseur. That looks like a triumph of horsepower over traction. His car just looks like it has huge squirt off of every corner, to be honest. Definitely not as neat looking as Patrick's car at this stage. You can see he's certainly not holding as tight a line, and he's just rattled the chicane. It looks like harder work, but he's just got tremendous horsepower when he opens the throttle. The car visibly leaping forwards there for Jacques Liebert. Looking really, really quick. That is the race done. Finished. So about to have the top heat of modified going on. Once again, thank you to our event sponsors, A-Main Hobbies, Roche, Zen Racing and Montec for helping us here at RC Racing TV bring you this coverage. Drivers in this race, recognisable for most of you, Alex Hagberg, defending champion, Hupo Honigol, Alex Laurent, Marcus Mobers, Jorn Neumann, Lewis Parker, Ollie Payne and Freddie Sudoff. Freddie, of course, running the new Automatics chassis along with Max Mackler, who's running in stock. Top heat of stock that we saw earlier on when we joined. A bit of a new development for the manufacturer. This is the last run then before we have a bit of a gap for reseeding based on the fastest 3 consecutive laps and the opening ceremony. Alex Hagberg set to lead off. See Alex just forward of the line there. Doesn't actually matter because the line is in the middle of the Zenzi and the loop, so won't really bother them that much. A few drivers just getting themselves comfortable with their car.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
See Hupo just getting his way, pushing his way to the front there with the mint green car. Run with Alex, our defending champion. We'll keep an eye out on what Jorn Neumann, the number 5 car, does as well.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Car 1.
So Alex leads off through the Zenzi, triggers the loop. Comes up round past the Roche R.
7, 8.
Through the A-main chicane. Back down towards the Montec M now. Stunning opening lap there from Alex. 12-1. Hupo off second with a 12-5. 12-3 from Jorn Neumann, giving chase. 12-3 from Ollie Payne as well. Lewis Parker, 12-4 flat. Speaking to Lewis earlier, he was saying he's hopeful of a podium in both classes this weekend, or certainly that's his aim. Hagberg now starting to push. In fact, Hupo quickest over 3 laps. Now, your Neumann goes to the top over 3. Your Neumann then, the number 5 car. That's the all-white coloured car. He's just coming onto the main straight now. Just in front of the yellow car, so just makes a mistake through the Rochard. This is our fast man at the moment that we're running with, Neumann, and he just clipped that chicane in the middle there of the Montec M and put the car on its roof. Now running around by himself. Hagberg back to the front from Neumann. Followed them. Let's see if we can pick up Ollie Payne. I did notice Ollie running his race paint. Ollie has just rejoined the circuit, the white, black and pink car. He's just going around down towards the Montec M now. He's just coming in onto the main straight through the Zenzi now. There we go. That is our leader. Oh, sorry, third place man. Here we go. That's him there. These modified cars, a little bit harder to pick up and follow the numbers, certainly at the speeds that they're travelling. Typical lap here, somewhere in the region of sort of 12 seconds effectively for these guys. So very, very fast. You can see what Ollie did there was rejoined behind the car of your Neumann, wanting to follow him around. It's always good to get an idea really of where your competitors are quick and where they're not. I've just seen Lewis Parker do exactly the same thing and pause and wait. Yorn now drops behind Ollie Payne. So Yorn now having a bit of a look, and Ollie makes a mistake and ends up dropping back. So Ollie now picks it up. So Ollie Payne's now chasing Hupo Honigel with the mint green car. Let's see if we can move forward one car on our focus. In fact, Hupo's just let him through. Let's run with Hupo for a little bit. Hupo currently 6th place in this heat. Hupo running 2 classes this weekend.
Wow,
35-0 for Hagberg over 3 laps. That's pretty depressing for everybody else. That's just happened off screen. So let's go back to Alex Hagberg. He is just coming down through the Montec M now, through the Zenzi on the main straight, and closing down towards the Rochard. There we go. Nope, where Alex Hagberg is further back than that, the white and green coloured car. Here we go, he's down the main straight now. So 30 seconds to go. This is Alex Hagberg, 34.6 over 3 laps. That's over a second quicker. The next quickest car is Marcus Mobers. In fact, Ollie Payne's just stepped it up to a 35.4, but Alex Hagberg doing a 35.6. So he's about like 8.5 tenths quicker over 3 consecutive laps. So that's a pretty huge advantage there at this stage that Alex has. And he said they've been pushing hard after the Worlds, trying to extract as much pace as they possibly can do from their car. So that's that race finished. We are now going to be having a break for the opening ceremony, or a break in the track action certainly for opening ceremony, whilst all the drivers go out in the order of their national federations. Alex Hagberg taking that, and best lap looks like about 2.5 tenths quicker than anybody else. That's going to be a bit of a concern for most. So Calm falls over the track. You see Jorn Neumann there looking at his car in the centre of the shot just as he walks off. Just feeling the track as well, seeing how tacky the track's got really, and how tacky the line has got at this stage. Unlike the World Championships, this meeting is open tyres. So at the World Championships we had controlled tyres, a controlled additive. The only thing that was open was the size that you could treat the tyre to, although that sort of ended up all at the same kind of level anyway at the Worlds. Here pretty much everything is open. The only thing that's controlled is the additive that you can run. As we said earlier, you've got the choice of Spider Blue or Speed Tech. It's the two additives. Undergoing a reseed at the moment, based on everybody's fastest 3 consecutive laps. Once that's complete, then we'll have the opening ceremony. See a few people wandering past with cars. I don't know actually if it's going to result in a different number of heats as well. Might affect the timetable slightly. So if you are just joining us on either Facebook or YouTube, welcome to you. We're RC Racing TV, bringing you live coverage of this EFRA 112 Track European Championships. Ironically, there's not much track action at the moment, just as we're on a little bit of a break, a little bit of a pause between the last of the practice runs before reseed. Hello, James.
Hello.
Yeah, back with us.
I am, only briefly.
Okay.
Because I'm a man of my word.
You're a man of your word.
1 second. I need to find it now. Oh. Fill for me for a second.
Fill for you.
Yeah.
Okay. So we'll continue waffling. So, yes, I would say if you are joining us on YouTube or Facebook, thank you for joining us here on RC Racing TV. And, of course, we'd like to thank our event sponsors, A-Main Hobbies, Roche, Zen Racing and Montec for helping us to bring you this coverage free. I've caught this disease off of James, clearly, where I can't get my words out correctly either. It's going to be a long weekend. I haven't got the driving to use as an excuse. James did that this weekend. Seeing some action going on in the pits behind us. Everybody sort of frantically cutting out body shells and various different bits going on. Camera locked off on the track at the moment. That's what we'll be seeing all of the action going on with this weekend. Seeing where everybody is. A little bit of a calm. I think it looks like an opportunity that a few are taking to go and get themselves some lunch at the very well appointed cafe here.
An appointed cafe?
An appointed cafe at Racing Arena Limburg.
I'm a man of my word.
Okay.
So over on the RC Racing TV group,
yes,
we've had a bit of a splurge of people wanting to join.
Okay.
So I thought, whilst I was sat here doing something else and there was not a lot of action on the track, I would follow up on my promise. So first of all, now I'm going to have to vet these people on the fly.
Okay.
I think and forgive me for some of these pronunciations. Fui ho, 39 friends, 1 friend in the group. Hello. His profile picture is X-ray. We used to say a lot about these people, but a lot of people lock their accounts down now, so we can't really go into and find out about these people. But nevertheless, let's have a look here. MD Sanor Hoik. Hello, welcome to RC Racing TV. Thank you for wanting to join our group. Hong Chan lives in Hong Kong. Let's have a look here. No, can't find out anything. It used to be so much more interesting when we could see more about people. We could tell people about the person we were welcoming, but that's gone now, so I'm going to blast through these. Hong Chan, hello, welcome. Miguel Ferreira, 1 friend in the group. Looks like he's into his mini stock cars as a former motor racing. Miguel, hello, welcome to RC Racing TV. Jahangir Alam, hello. Member of 4 groups. Yeah, you look legit. Some of these people, we have to give them a chance, don't we?
Absolutely.
Hello, welcome to the group. Stefan Wahlberg, 26 friends in the group. Why are you not a member of our group already? Lives in Sweden. Stefan, hello, welcome along. Gary Mottram from Ohio. He works in the parts department at Falseway Equipment Company and studied at Youngstown State University. Hello, Gary, welcome to the group. Laszlo Chris Orban lives in... Oh, wow, there's one. Dunuxie. Don't know where that is. Laszlo, hello. Welcome along. You are now in. Leo Smith. That's not... No, I thought that was someone different. You don't know Leo Smith, do you?
No, I don't know.
No, fair enough. Take that back. Hello, Leo. Welcome to the group. Ricky Kumar. Let's have a look here. He's member of 4 groups. Lives in Raganj, I think is the pronunciation for that one. Hello, Ricky. Welcome along. Callan Hodgson, member of 7 groups. Yeah, I think you're legit. Don't prove me wrong. Hello, welcome along. Let's have a look here. Cocotte de la Chalelle. Hello, I'm guessing French maybe. Looks like he's into his drones. She are into their drones, sorry. Hello, welcome along. Marco Pesot. 46 friends in the group. Again, why are you not already a member of our group? From Italy. Lives in Zemis SRL. Hello, welcome along. Trevor Baker. Absolutely locked down. Can't see anything about you other than your profile picture. Hello, Trevor. Welcome along. Braden Clark. 22 friends in the group. He's a 1/10 off-road racer by the look of it. Hello, Braden. Welcome along. Oh, he's from New Zealand.
We said earlier, didn't we?
Yeah, that's New Zealand off the map. Hello and welcome along. Dario Vanello. Looks like he's also a 1/10 off-roader. Hello, Dario. A young 1/10 off-roader. Hello, welcome along. Jason Macadege, maybe, from California. A transport driver for the Pepsi company. Hello, Jason. He's off-road touring. Not that there's on-road touring. I don't know why I said off-road touring. On-road touring. Off-road touring. We're very peculiar.
I've driven on some very bumpy tracks in my time, but none
Haven't
that I could ever.
Metaphorically or physically?
No, very physically.
Okay.
Certainly, some of the tracks could definitely be considered off-road. I know some of our UK tracks would fit that definition.
Yes. Tony Eastall, another lockdown account. So all I can say is welcome along. Felix Zhang from China into Formula One and what looks like maybe touring car. Hello, Felix. Welcome along. Jordan Krupp worked at Mobile Airship, studied at the Blue Vale College Institute. Hello, Jordan. Welcome along. Patrick Zamora from Taipei, studied at the PGA of America. Hello, Patrick. Welcome along and thank you. And last but by no means least, Sakboon. I'm not even going to try and pronounce your surname. Kiovisht. Sakboon Kiovisht. From Thailand. Hello, he's a keen mountain biker by the look of it. Hello, Sakboon. Welcome along. Apologies there if I've killed anyone's names.
I'll do plenty of that over the weekend. So.
Yeah, it's fairly standard. Whoa,
yeah.
Loads of chats going on here. Let's have a look. Cyril B, hello from France. Bonjour. Checkered Flag Racing, watching live from Billog. Where is Billog then, Checkered Flag Racing? But hello, welcome along. Sung Park, driver's level is quite higher than last group. Yes, as the groups get on throughout the day, throughout the round, they get more towards the top drivers. Then we go back round to the lower drivers again. So you will see varying skills out on the track today. Brandon Mercer, another Ohio shout out. Hi, Brandon, welcome along. Jody Sherritt, good luck, lads. Gutted to miss after the World. Such an amazing experience. Do you know Jody Sherritt?
I do know Jody Sherritt,
surname.
yes. We're normally found knocking lumps out of each other on the circuit.
Oh.
So, yes, we.
I suggest you just race the cars on the circuit.
No, I think over at the last national a couple of weeks ago in the UK, I think me and him managed to do about 3 runs consecutively with probably about half a second between us over the course of 3 runs. So,
Wowza.
yeah, very close. So, yes, I'm aware of Jody.
And now I frantically try and find the Facebook live video again. Just go and see the people who are chatting in there. We need an app that brings all this together. I'm sure there is one out there.
I believe that there is, yes, probably, that we can pull all of the streams together.
Now, are these from this morning or are they new ones? Rob Lilly, nice work, James. Harley Eldridge, hello, James. This is obviously you, James, not me, James.
Well, yes.
Kenneth Meisters, hey, hello, Kenneth. Hello, Harley. Hello, Rob. Richard Parker. Hello, glad
Richard's Lewis's dad, by the way.
Ah, okay. From Overseal.
Yes.
Yes. Hello, Richard. Welcome along. We've been and had a quick interview with Lewis, which will be on today's daily video, which will be released tonight. Billy Taco, always blaming the bumps, James Stewart, for your crashes into the perimeter fence.
Yes. Thank you, Chris. Billy Taco is Chris Betts for, as his alter ego, and Rob Lilly's my stepbrother, actually, so he'll be watching. Well, I don't know if he's on the Isle of Wight at the moment or if he's at work up in London at the moment or somewhere else around.
I don't know.
So, but there you go.
Does he have 2 dogs?
He does have 2 dogs, yes.
I can see that. I think that must be his girlfriend with 2 dogs on the beach.
It's his wife, that's Rachel.
Wife, sorry.
Yes, that's Rachel.
So is that your sister then?
Sister-in-law.
You said he was your brother-in-law?
No, half-brother.
Oh, half-brother.
Step-brother.
Ah, sorry, yeah, so you did. So you did hello, one and all. So what's going on, James? Are we about to start the opening ceremony?
Opening ceremony. Let's have a look at the time schedule, see if that has been revised at all for today.
Probably.
Let's have a look. Is that loading? Let's have a look. It's been revised and reviewed
Again?
several times. Has it?
Oh,
Reseeding and opening ceremony. Supposed to start at. Well, it's supposed to finish at 20 to 3 local time, 20 to 2 UK time, so 20 minutes. But I would have thought they would have started that now. So they're undergoing the reseeding at the moment and running through the reseeding at the moment. So we scheduled to have, in fact, it looks like we've dropped a heat because it's down to 11 heats that are showing. And
we're going to be finished by tomorrow at this rate.
Oh, hang on a minute.
Don't do that. What? What's
hang
happened?
On a minute. No, that's fine. That's
Oh.
heat 9, heat. Yeah, it looks like they've. No. It's all right. No, there are still the same number of heats. It's just they're showing 2 heat 9s there on, which threw me a bit. So it ended at heat 11, but there's 2 heat number 9s, one for stock and one for modified. They're going to go into 8-minute practice runs.
Yeah.
For the next one in the actual heat order that they'll be running and in the correct place in the heat listings.
Yes.
So clearly when you have a European race meeting, it's very easy to drop in the top heat in roughly the right order, but then as you get a bit further down the field, it's a little bit difficult to predict where people should be based on previous results. So that's why you always have a reseed. It lets you know who's going quick and you end up in a heat for the rest of the weekend with people of similar ability, because it's not fair if you're out on track with people who are either a lot faster or a lot slower than you. It doesn't give you an opportunity to put in a good run.
No.
The cars start off at 1 second intervals from each other. The idea is if you've got 10 cars out there at identical pace, they all start 1 second apart, they'll all finish 1 second apart from each other, and you've got a relatively clean track. That's the theory, that's the plan.
Okay.
It never quite works out like that, but at least being out there with people of similar pace, it always helps.
Yes.
So the next round of practice will be the first time that they run with the people that they'll run for the rest of today and all of tomorrow in qualifying. Even down to the point of who's standing where on the rostrum, which sounds weird, but it can affect it. If you've had someone very short stood next to you in practice, and then all of a sudden you get someone very tall next to you, it can mean that you can't quite see a corner as you could before. Someone might hold their transmitter a bit differently. It's always a little bit different, and a little bit of difference going on out there for different people to see. That's why there's always the practice run after the reseed.
Yes.
and figure out who else is quick on the circuit. I would imagine we'll probably see more people running race paint now,
Yeah.
because you'll want to visually put down a bit of a marker. I mean, the driver's body shell, it's almost like a racing driver's crash helmet, really. It's their signature, it's their colour scheme, it's how they're identified out on the circuit. So you'll find the top drivers running very recognisable colour schemes and sticking with them on the whole,
Yes.
so that they can, so people know who they are and know who they're approaching. And not going to lie, it's sometimes quite intimidating to have, you see someone that you know is fast approaching you and someone instantly identifiable coming at you, and it can scare people out of the way and scare people off the track. So it's part of the visual armoury, really, and one of a driver's tools that they can use to grind down the opposition, as it were.
Stop knocking your mic.
Sorry,
Is that you?
that was me, as I
James,
just turned
come
around.
on. How long have you been commentating?
I know, so
Be-
about an hour, but that's not. Sorry, that we went a
Ha,
bit
ha, ha.
we went a bit airplane there, but
We did.
We did. Was that about the opening ceremony?
What's
I
your
just-
vector, Victor? I
Roger.
don't know. I think they're Roger. Well, I think they are about to start the opening ceremony.
I believe that may be the case. Yes.
Let's have a look here. Ah, Jenny Verse.
Jenny
No,
Verse?
hang on, I've picked the wrong person. Salinette. Hello from Brazil, another country knocked off the list. But North America, South America, we've had Korea, Australia, New Zealand.
Have we had South Africa? We've had Trinidad.
South America, I said.
Oh, okay. We've had Trinidad.
Did I say South Africa? I meant South America.
Okay.
We've had, no we haven't, we spoke about Trinidad. We've had Barbados.
Barbados. That was it. Okay. We've had Barbados.
Dun, dun, dun. Jenny Verse, afternoon all. Hello, Jenny Verse. That made me jump. Sorry, you see what happens? You've made Jenny Verse jump by hitting your mic. Do apologise. I've told him off.
Yes. I will not do it again.
I've threatened him with a written warning if he does that again. Rebel 99105. The 99,105th member of the Rebel Clan. Hello guys, thank you for the great coverage. USA here, Team X-Ray. Hello Rebel, thank you for joining us. Who else we got here? Considering it's day one, we have a lot of followers today. This is brilliant.
It is.
Absolutely.
Of course, they're starved of racing action, aren't they? They haven't had anything to follow since the World Championships.
Well, yeah.
Was it 8 weeks ago?
The early year lull that we get. Obviously, we're not going to cover as such the opening ceremony, but it's a good opportunity to put names to faces. So maybe if we ask Ash nicely, not quite now, but when people come out, we could point out people like Hagberg, Mobers,
Yeah,
Lewis,
absolutely.
as many people as you can.
Yeah, we can find.
Can also, it gives you the opportunity to put faces to countries as well, because they'll all be stood together. No, regardless of their team, they will all be stood together under the same banner with their country name on.
They will, and quite often you'll find that they will manage to put on their federation shirts as well. I can see a few BRCA red shirts
Oh yeah,
down there already.
I thought they were blue before.
No, normally for Euros the Brits have got red.
Did the organisers have blues? BRCO.
Out of the Worlds they had black sweatshirts. Sweatshirts were
they
needed
did.
at Milton Keynes because it was rather cold in there.
Freezing. Always is.
It is, yeah. Well, it's in the middle of a shopping centre, isn't it?
Yeah.
Which is
Very
absolutely
high
great.
ceiling.
Yeah, it's absolutely great for bringing the racing to the public and the general public,
Yes.
giving them the opportunity in there. It's the
Oh.
here we go. Is Bjarne's just wandering past with a microphone. There we go. That's the back of Bjarne's head. opening ceremonies. Everybody just being called out. You'll see some of these countries have...
We need photographs of this. I'll be back in a minute. You need to talk.
Okay. James disappearing off to take some photos. We've got some people wandering past the camera, limbering up for the flag carrying. Everybody staging really and just getting themselves together. So once again, welcome to you. If you are joining us here on RC Racing TV and it's the first time you've seen us, we will be bringing you live coverage of all of the EFRA events really over the course of the summer. So thank you to EFRA for inviting us back for another year to continue with the coverage that we provide. And of course, thank you to our event sponsors, A-Main Hobbies, Roche, Zen Racing and Montec. You can see the back of Javier, the EFRA chairman's head, in the middle of shot there. So Austria being called off first, going in alphabetical order, and the Belgians second. Richard Parker says glad he could watch, but he'd rather be there. Yep, that's a shame you couldn't make it out here, Richard. Tony Wade mentioning he had curry sauce on his chips earlier. Drivers being asked not to walk out across the circuit. It's one of the things I try and avoid really. If you get people too many people walking across the circuit, as they do, it introduces dirt onto the racing line. Not something that you want to do. They've spent all morning dropping it down. So you can see everybody stood along the back. So got the Austrian drivers being called out onto the circuit and along in front of the driver's rostrum, being careful not to walk onto the circuit. On the far right of the shot there, we can see Hupo Honigel, former champion here in the stock class. Stood under the EFRA banner. Okay, so it sounds like they're rattling through this fairly quickly. Doesn't look like we've got any national anthems for them. See James out there and Frank getting pictures. They'll be appearing off of the on the EFRA website, hopefully later on this evening. Belgians just coming out now. Getting themselves under the banner. This will look quite impressive when you get everybody out there. Belgians getting themselves all into shot and under the EFRA banner. Done this before. Trying not to walk on the track and destroy all the traction. Here come the Finnish team. Vesely leading them out. Now, I'm not sure who's coming next because the BRCA, they sometimes get called out as Great Britain and sometimes as United Kingdom. I'm not sure which one of them they're going to format as. Normally a very strong representation from the BRCA. So here's the French team putting in an appearance. See Alex Laurent there on the second from the right. Or sorry, second from the left on your shot. Alex, expecting him to be very, very quick, although he was slowest of those modified drivers that we've seen out there over 3 laps. Expecting him to be well in contention for the A final later on. The German team. Got Max Mackler and Freddie Sudoff there, the Automatics drivers. Marcus Mobers, Jorn Neumann. Germans putting out a very, very strong teams, or a very, very strong team. Expect to see some of them taking home silverware from the podiums this weekend. Here come the GB team. Oh, there's Tony Wade milking the applause. So it's a fairly hefty sized team. As always, the UK has a pretty strong attendance anyway for 12 scale nationals. And Ollie Payne out there, Mark Stiles.
Move together, guys. Please say Brexit.
Bjorn getting slightly political. A pretty large team there from GB.
Yeah, thank you, Great Britain. Next country, Italy.
The Italian team.
Round of applause. You guys traveled all the way away from Corona. Corona.
Slightly lower attendance there from the Italian team, but good effort from them. In Luxembourg. Not a million miles away from us. Just waiting for the...
Country, one-man show with his girlfriend from Slovakia,
Tomáš Lipták from Slovakia. Obviously much lower Slovakian attendance this year. Last year was held there at the Huddy Arena. It's Thomas's girlfriend and mechanic with them. And I think we have a lone Swede as well. So, reigning champion, Alex Hagberg.
Yeah, I thought it was done, but still what's to come. From Holland, the Netherlands. You guys coming, round of applause for these two participants from the Netherlands. By the way, where you guys are making the pictures, staying here at the racetrack, I want to see a few words where I'm going. Just so I want to say thank you, Robert. Thank you for you and your team making this awesome job. And we've one more time.
There we go. That is our lineup for the weekend.
Because this is a penultimate race. Next week, a small one, and then this is done. So please, guys, take the race atmosphere with you and have some fun this week. Okay? Thank you. Keep it
Just a few words from Chris Bultink going on now, and just giving the quick opening to the drivers.
Also, guys, I want to thank the EFRA to believe in Racing Arena. Thank you, my buddies, Ali, of course, Bjarne, and my team who helped me.
And Robert from Racing Arena Limburg just saying a few words.
This moment in the arena. I hope you enjoy.
5 minutes to start.
Just hearing 5 minutes until the start of the first heat that we're going to see. Just checking the reseed if that has been published. Okay, so qualifying heats have been published. So yes, we have we've lost a heat of stock. Just checking what modified looks like as well. That reseed's just gone on whilst the opening ceremony's been running. We still have, what have we got? 3 heats of 7, so there's going to be 21 drivers in modified. Okay. And let's just check this 1/12 GT class. See how many we have. I believe that's going to be 2 still. Okay, so we've got 2 heats. We have got up to heat number 8 and heat 11. So we have lost 1 heat per round from qualifying. Let's just check our time schedule and see what that has done to it. Okay, that has... Okay, so it looks like they are putting in a little bit of a break. So first heat of the GT is going to start in about 3 minutes' time. This is going to be the time practice, or the final practice with everybody in their heats. And this round will finish, these are 8-minute runs now. This round will finish at 10 to 5. Then it looks like we're going to have a half-hour or so break, 20-25 minutes break, and then into a round of qualifying. So now to finish at 20 to 8. Our time, so 20 to 7 UK time, if you're joining us from the UK. So, thank you once again to our event sponsors, Montec, Zen Racing, Roche and A-Main Hobbies, for helping us to bring you this coverage here on RC Racing TV.
2 minutes to start.
2 minutes to start. Drivers taking part in this race: Tony Beckart, Dean Burbach, Roland Streb, Jody Muller, Andreas Fojtik and Frank Reiger. 6 cars will be taking place in this heat. Times that we see then in this won't count for anything over the course of the weekend. This class that's just about to run, not an official EFRA European Championship, more of an international race, helps to bolster the numbers. May well be a class that we see more of in the future. The GT cars are 1/12 LMP cars underneath, with 17.5 turn motors rather than the 13.5 turn motors of the stock class, and the open motors of the modified class that they're going to be running.
45 seconds to start. Go to your start position.
Drivers just picking up their positions. Top drivers going out to Marshall.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
So the clock started for them. So 4 drivers running out there. So drivers Tony Burkhardt, Dean Burbach, Roland Streb and Jody Muller. See these cars visibly slower. Still affected by the dots and the bumps. Also these cars a bit more docile in the corners. The body shells a little bit taller than the LMP style body shells. Certainly heavier. That raises the centre of gravity of the cars quite substantially, makes them roll about quite a lot more. This form of GT12 running the same tyres, or I say the same tyres, it's a controlled tyre that these run on, so same type of tyre, same width and same sort of profile. It's a harder compound than a 12 scale car would tend to run, which reduces its lateral grip and potential for corner speed. Car we're running with at the moment is the number, let's have a look, just trying to pick up the number. I think it was the number 1 car of Tony Burkhardt. Certainly the quickest car out there at the moment. A little bit difficult to spot the numbers even on these. In fact, it's the quickest car out there's the 3 car now, which is 1 car back. That's the white, yellow and orange car just entering the main straight now. Coming down towards the Roche R. Certainly quickest over 3 consecutive laps. Small mistake there in the middle. Really easy to clip one of the dots. It just bounce up into the middle of the circuit. Down through the Montec M, through the Zen Z, down the main straight once more. Just being joined actually by Stuart Cartwright. Stuart, one of the drivers in this event, also a UK racer of some repute. Hello, Stuart.
Allegedly. Thanks, James.
Okay. So, first time we can obviously bring you some of this, and something we'll try and do over the course of the weekend, have a chat with some drivers. How's your weekend going so far?
It's been really good. Obviously arrived yesterday, getting set up, obviously a little bit quieter with what's going on in the world, but the track is fantastic. Yeah, the grips come up really quickly. For me, anyway, that's what my cars felt like. And settled into a bit of a groove, had a bit of a mechanical in the last qualifier, or the last practice, should I say. And it's been good. I haven't made any changes. I've just been going out and running it around, and it's been good fun.
Yeah, I think track's more technical, isn't it, than is normal here. We were saying, because they've unfortunately, they're losing this venue. Normally when they lay down a track here, they have to bear in mind the commercial consideration that it's going to have to stay open or stay down for quite a few weeks and suit quite a few different classes. With this being only down for a couple of weeks, they've been able to build something focused just for 12 scale.
Very much so. Yeah, having been fortunate enough to race at the Worlds a few months ago, it's very much along the same lines. Really technical. The rumble strips that you see on the track where there's no white markers, it really kind of catches you out because you're used to seeing a marker and you feel like you can tease the car over the rumble strip, but actually it catches you out and it's a really good test and, as you say, super technical.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's so tempting. Every lap you're running a little bit closer, a little bit closer, a little bit closer, and you feel yourself gaining on that car in front of you, don't you? And you can see yourself taking the time out, and then one lap you just flick, the front end just flicks up, you run wide, and all that work that you've done for the last 10, 12 laps, you've just all undone it in one corner.
Yeah, it's 12 scale, isn't it? I mean, 8 minutes of steady driving is something that's probably better for us all than one hot lap. I love a hot lap, James. So, but you're absolutely right. It's so tempting to really feel like you can bite a little bit more off the cherry, and actually the reality is you're better off giving it a little bit more wide berth. And you, as you saw just there, that chap with the GT12 just try to take a little bit out of the bot dot, and all of a sudden it just pushes you wide, and you've lost what, 5-6 seconds.
Yeah, absolutely. So, and you'll never get that back. And the temptation is, once you've done that once, and I know we've all done this, you do that early on in a run, and it's just really tempting then to push everything a little bit harder to try and get that back. And of course you can't. You just end up making another mistake, and it snowballs, doesn't it? Or it can snowball into just a really bad run.
Absolutely, rhythm is everything. That's something that I've really tried to start to work towards. I've chased quick laps for years, in the 4 or 5 years I've been racing, and now changing my mindset to a bit more, do you know what, I'm just going to take it a little bit easier, keep going around, give it a little bit more wide berth, but yet still trying to obviously not go backwards, but certainly trying to look for more consistent laps, because 8 minutes is a long time, and you've then got to add some nerves into that. You start doing well, you start appreciating, oh crikey, you're hearing over the tannoy what you're doing, where you are on track. And there's lots of things that you have to take into consideration without even talking about nicking bot dots and that sort of stuff. It will really upset your run.
I mean, how does that compare? Because this is quite an interesting thing. Because you're a very extremely good golfer as well. So does the mindset transfer across from that, or
100%? When I was competing to a reasonable level, the last 3-4 holes in golf is really every shot counts, as the last minute of a run matters in 8 minutes of a 12 scale run. So yeah, the mindset's very much the same. We're trying to really stay out of looking at the future and just trying to deal with each turn as it comes. You then have to deal with traffic, which is an outside agency in what we call in golf. You've got things like wind and rain and all that stuff that you can't actually control. You have to take it on the chin, and that's the same very much when you're racing. You've got guys that you might have to overtake a lap, that you're hoping that they're going to get out of your way and kindly sort of make them go quicker in a way that they're not going to have to deal with you sticking it up their backside. So it's important that you keep yourself clean of traffic. You're having to make sure that you don't want to lose your position on the track. So there's very much so like golf. You're trying to stay in the present and really not too worried about the future or what's gone before.
Yeah, so you're worrying about the elements you can control.
Absolutely.
And not too worried about try and put out of your mind the things that you can't do anything about. No, it's just interesting to get an insight from a different area. But that's the end of the first heat there of the GT class. Second heat is just getting ready to go out. So these cars, normal LMP cars with a control tyre on them, so a little bit harder than you would normally have on a conventional 12th scale car. This for the normal 12th scale cars, an open tyre meeting, unlike the Worlds, which was controlled tyre. The other thing with these is with these GT style body shells, the weight is a little bit higher up, so the car's a little bit more ponderous in the middle of the corners. Direction change a little bit slower in some of the chicanes, but certainly this class a very, very good way into 12th scale and a good entry into 12th scale. for the drivers. So who have we got? Very popular in Germany by the looks of it, this class. With an Austrian thrown in as well.
I'm glad you're trying to pronounce the surnames there.
So, no, who have we got? We've got Alexander Setter, Robin Kaiser, Harun Schrober, we've got Guido Kraft, Ingo Aretz, Ivo Gersdorf, and Konrad Aretz.
Unrehearsed.
Completely unrehearsed.
Straight off
a few years' practice of getting those in. So these guys forming up to the line. Not necessarily for these drivers because there's only 2 heats. They'll have been running with each other. But when we get into the stock class, we've lost a heat. So I think there are going to be then more cars in each heat as well. And it's going to be the first opportunity with some of those guys that you've run on track with them all weekend, isn't it?
Yeah, that's, again, going into your first time with the guys that are obviously close to you after your seed. Again, it's the first 2, 3, 4 laps, all of a sudden you're really close together. And again, going back to what we were talking about earlier, about getting into that rhythm, not pushing the envelope on those early laps, trying to find your rhythm, get around the track without any too many mistakes, staying ahead. I'm fortunate enough that I'm off first in my Heat 6, so I feel like I can get ahead of the curve somewhat as long as I don't make an accident and then sort of sit my way back into the middle of the pack. So yeah, it's nice to be reseeded, and I think when you get that reseed and everyone is on a level playing field, hopefully you don't get an instance where there's someone that's really quick that you're always having to let through, or equally a little bit on the slower side that you're having to keep overtaking.
Yeah, it's a double-edged sword going off first. I mean, you've got a clear track in front of you, but in your mind you kind of always you wonder how big that 1 second gap is, and you're trying to sort of visualise it. And of course, in a slow corner, 1 second isn't a huge distance on the track, whereas in a quick corner, it is. And you're trying to sort of visually picture sometimes whether you're ahead or not of someone else. And it's a bit of a different pressure, isn't it, of sort of if you haven't distinctly pulled away from someone, and if they're just sat holding that split behind you, and especially at the, you get the call of orders, and I've done it before where, I've started off first or second and no one's come past you, and yet at the 2 minute call you get called out in 6th, and you're thinking, hang on, how's that happened? What's going on there? Yeah. And in your head you're thinking, I've got to be up the front of this because no one's come past me, and then you get called out right down the back, and even that can throw you a bit, can't it?
Very much so. It's again, something that I used with golf and playing well. I never really tried to get too caught up in the moment. I always actually, something called active distraction. So I'd actually try and think about other things going on around me and actually have a little bit of a fuzzy look at the car. And so one of the things that when I'm going around and I'm on a good run, I'm actually looking for other cars to distract me from what my car's doing. So I can actually feel like I've got something that's giving me a bit of an insight into where I am on track. And it's just taking me away from hitting that dot or that apex or anything like that. Just because I think the harder you try, the more intense you become. And once you up that intensity, I think it's really difficult to perform at the level that you want to. Certainly for me, and obviously everyone's different. I mean, I see a lot of the guys, talking to Ollie Jeffries, and his sort of pre lap or run warm up where he's watching the track and looping it around. He's just warming up his eyes. And he even said, I was speaking to him a little while ago, that he doesn't even notice or he wasn't aware that he was doing that. Already he's just kind of warming himself up and not necessarily trying to pick any one particular point out on the track. He's actually just trying to look around the track, and that's what I try to do. I try to just take a fuzzy look at it, not get too intense. But at the moment, at any given moment, that all of a sudden you can be dragged into making a mistake, and all of a sudden that's it. Now you feel like you're a bit flustered. So I'm really trying to move away from getting too intense on any one point of a race, really.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things where it's almost, if you consciously think about what you're doing, it's taking you too long. Correct. It's got to be an automatic response. And when your car's at its absolute best, you're just driving around thinking, this feels like nothing special, and you then just suddenly become aware that you're catching and passing people, and you're doing it without really thinking about it. It's an automatic thing that you're not really thinking about. It's just what you're seeing just automatically translates itself into a transmitter input, And it feels like you could do it all day. And it's only properly only ever happened to me a couple of times, I think, with a car. And I guess it's what people refer to as being in the zone, or dropping into the zone. And yeah, it's almost this weird state of like unconscious mind that you can end up in, that it's just happening and you're not really thinking about it. Everything's going off of muscle memory.
Yeah.
And everything slows down.
Very much so. Your unconscious competence, you feel like you're not really engaging with the process. And I say it all the time, much in the same way as if you're driving a manual car pulling up to a set of traffic lights that have just turned red. You think about what goes on through that gear change, applying the brakes, indicating, yet you can still be thinking about what you're trying to do at work or what you're about to cook for dinner.
Yeah.
There was never a conscious point when you talk about how much you put in the brake down or the clutch down. So we can do a lot of stuff that we don't actually need to be really engaged with. And I think when you've got the guys calling out where you are on track, seeing other guys gaining on you, it's such a way of actually, crikey, I need to try hard here. I need to go faster. I need to catch up. I've got to keep it in the place. Actually, I'm just trying to get away from it. I think about my wife a lot on the rostrum. I think about her riding a horse. It's weird stuff, I know, but it's kind of an insight into where I try to go with my performance. And I did that with my golf. I'd be standing over a golf shot, looking down at the golf ball, and I'm thinking about racing my car. It's just a completely alternative way of thinking about how you access the zone, because really it's about how your physiology is and what's going on with your heart rate variability, which has a huge impact, cortisol levels, and really how you feel about that moment. And the more you heighten your anxiety, obviously things start to change inside.
Yeah, and I guess with the top guys, and they probably don't realise it, they've probably got, it's not something that they can, if you ask them why they're quick, they couldn't tell you.
No, exactly.
Same
with golfers.
It's indefinable. It's the same with any sportsman.
Yeah.
If you ask Lewis Hamilton why he's a faster driver than his teammate, he probably couldn't explain it. And if he stopped to think about it, that's probably a dangerous thing to do. It's just something that it's indefinable and indescribable. But yeah, if you have to, and the other, interesting thing, I think when you're driving the car is something you have to get into your mind. It's very, very rare that you will always have an advantage over people. Quite often you end up doing the same lap time as someone but generating it in a different part of the track. So if you've got a car that's extremely good in high-speed corners, that tends to mean it's very stable, which then you get into slow-speed direction changes in chicanes, and it's probably a bit cumbersome. And it can be a bit of a distraction when you're running around with someone who has got a car that it's very, very edgy at high speed, but they'll be absolute dynamite through some of the lower speed stuff, and you'll generate the same lap time as them, but it's just come in two completely different ways and from two completely different times. So it's striking that balance and that compromise, and it's the worst feeling in the world when you get those two different cars and you end up together on track and you just can't get away from each other.
Yeah.
Whoever is behind is always the faster. I think if you're following someone, you don't want to run into them, so you actually start driving, for want of a better term, you start driving properly. You start lifting off where you should do to avoid running into the back of them, and actually that's the proper point that you should be backing off. And you feel like you're much faster than them, and you're thinking, come on, get out of the way, get out of the way, get out of the way. And they do, and then they just latch on the back of you, and you're like, I can't get away now. What do I do now? What do I do now? And you're feeling that they're quicker than you all of a sudden. So, yeah, it's a weird thing that you end up towing each other around, and sometimes having to work with other people. And you have to build a relationship and trust with the other people that you're on the rostrum with.
Yeah, when you're running a 12 scale, I think that's the thing that we all seem to forget about. I need it to do more in X corner or Y corner. But hang on a second, if it does more there, it's going to do less somewhere else. And I think that's the balancing act, isn't it, when we're running these cars, that we're trying to make it feel good everywhere, and actually sometimes you can't achieve that. Then, as you say, you get up behind another driver, and then you start towing them. Your entry speed go down, and that's something that, again, I've worked really hard at, trying to go into corners much slower. The faster we keep on getting, we approach that corner so much faster, and because of that, you're now going too fast for that corner.
Yes.
And so this ever-changing landscape of how your driving is and the time, you're trying to chase times all the time. When you look at then the top heats, the top drivers, they look like they're going so slowly. And it's just because the corner speed, they've got all of the car balanced up, they've got all of their entry speed, exit speeds, all nicely blended in. No scrub on the tyres, got all their additive. It's a real nice mixture of really optimising their speeds.
Yeah, and David Spashett's probably the best exponent of that. I mean, you watch his car and it just looks boring. It's just going round and round and round. And something that we've always said, if you set a camera up there to take a shot once every lap, and it's basically indistinguishable. If you took a camera of that shot every single lap, it looks identical. And there's just no variance in line. It's just exactly the same spot every single time and just hitting it. And it just looks undramatic. You haven't got a car suddenly lurching forward and accelerating because it's cornered flat, it's carried the corner speed well. It's in exactly the right place on the circuit. The driver knows exactly what's going to happen when they open the throttle. And we're just getting ready now, actually, for the first heat of the stock class to go out. So this consists of James Cann, Matthias Hermans, Thomas Steinhage, Rob Warren, John Clark, Alan Meir, Ilpo Colvisto, Philip Leitch and Lewis Barker. They're all off and running. I think James Cann, his shell should be fairly familiar, red and white. He's just coming out to the main straight now. So he's down the main straight up towards the Roche R, through the Roche R, coming back through the A main chicane, down towards the Montec M for James now, and then back through the Zen Z and out onto the main straight once more. That's a pretty good opening lap there from James. In fact, quickest car on the opening lap was Lewis Barker, all the way back from P9. So Lewis must have had a bit of a nightmare in seeding.
Yeah, he struggled in seeding. I think he's just getting used to the track. He's battled with a bit of setup, but looks like he's on a much better run now, which is good to see.
So Lewis, the car, green front, black rear, he's just coming down through the A main chicane now. He's just made a mistake actually in the middle of the A main chicane, just down through the here we go, through the Zen Z, down the main straight, back up through the Roche R. Lewis still running quickest at the moment.
Lewis has just come back from Snowbirds. He was out there running with a few of the guys. He does a lot of driving abroad. He's a really good driver. I think he gets a little frustrated like we all do, and sometimes the old red mist can come down, but putting in a good run here by the looks of things.
Yeah, it's going well, and I think one of the things that it's quite important to do, especially when you're in Lewis's position, and we were talking about earlier, being the first time that you're out on track with some of these drivers, is almost lay down a bit of a marker. And you'll notice Lewis running his race paint, and it's very distinctive compared to some of the others out there. And you almost want, if you've got that much advantage, you want to lay down a bit of a mental marker to the other drivers that when they see that green and grey body shell appear behind them, you want them to feel intimidated almost, don't you? And get out of the way. I mean, that's another mistake there from Lewis, and that's put James Cann back to the front, and Rob Warren and John Clark also up there. So Lewis now running second. In fact, the second place man is the 7 car of Koivisto.
You're absolutely right with the point you make about that. You're looking to stamp your authority on the heat that you're in, and all of a sudden guys immediately get out of the way before you're sort of two bends away. It looks like sometimes that they're already preparing themselves to get out of your way because they know that you're on a good run. And I think that just goes to show the kind of level of driver that runs 12 scale. The etiquette is invariably at a really high level. They know that it's qualifying. They're never really trying to race you because at the end of the day, if they get out of the way and make it a clean overtake, a clean pass, it's only going to work better for them. Lewis now coming up the end behind some back markers. I mean, that was a tough run of corners there. Just makes a mistake, unfortunately, and then lets them back through, and then all of a sudden he's got to do the whole thing again.
Yeah, I think that was the rhythm thing that you mentioned earlier as well, moving offline, especially at the moment when the meeting is fairly fresh carpet. It can be a bit off-putting that you've got a huge wide line, or you've got what feels like a huge amount of traction, but it's a very narrow line, and you move off of it, and all of a sudden you just completely run out of grip. And sometimes you move off of line to go past someone, and that rhythm that you built up in your head and that muscle memory, it's just knocked out of sync, knocked out of kilter. Yeah. And you just start flowing into the wrong places on the circuit, and it's really easy to make a mistake when you're just diving past someone. Let's see who's quick out there at the moment. Let's see if we can find the number 3 car out there. I think he is, let's just have a look. That's the 7 car. I think the 3 car might be the white and black car. Just coming out to the main straight now. Actually, that could well be the...
I think it might be the white car.
Yeah, it's... I think you're right.
Never been said before, James.
No. No, the white car's the 6 car,
no,
I think.
You're absolutely right.
White car is the 6 car.
You might be wrong.
Yeah, it's these 12 scale cars. They can be a little bit difficult to spot with the corner speeds that they carry. Certainly, the car that we've just followed down the main straight is travelling quickly. He's moving past people, so we'll run with him for a little bit. We'll have a look as he crosses the line and see who triggers, just so we can confirm who it is. Yeah, that is the 2 car that we're following, but he's certainly travelling pretty quickly. I think the number 3 car is actually the sort of yellow-fronted, grey rear car. It's the car just going through the Zenzi. Now the last car entering the main straight, I think. The other thing with these cars, running spools, when you're a little bit apprehensive around people, in fact, yeah, he's just made a mistake in the barrier, and gets joined by Lewis. By Lewis.
Just drives over the top of
it.
Done there.
Yeah, it's weird, isn't it, when you're running a spool? It's a new thing that a lot of us have had to learn, and it's really not a natural feeling. When you come offline, and when you lift off throttle, the car doesn't behave like you'd expect it to. It wants to lock the rear, it wants to swap ends. So you develop this weird driving style of trailing the throttle everywhere. And it makes it quite difficult to race with, because you're not particularly adaptable in terms of the lines you can take. Whereas with a diff, you can move offline. The car's quite predictable. The car it's fairly predictable, provided your input is predictable. What it doesn't deal very well with a spool is sudden and odd inputs into it. You've got to give the car advanced warning, really, of what you're about to ask it to do. And it's fast, but it's taken certainly for a lot of the midfield drivers down an awful lot of adaptation.
Yeah, it's something that a lot of guys had been testing the gear diff for a while, and then people were using the spools when I was lucky enough to go over to New York and run an event over there, and it was all spool, and then I think that kind of got dragged back over here, and everyone turned to the spool, and it's definitely been a transition for us all to make. The thing that's a bit strange is that, as you rightly say, you just feel like you're on the throttle everywhere. And you can have a couple of corners that feel like, oh goodness, the car is really not handling very well through there. And it can actually just be that you're lifting off too hard. And all of a sudden the car is really unsettled. You're getting back on too early and too hard as well. And it's just making the car want to just throw itself into the wall.
Well, it's counterintuitive. I mean, you would normally think that with a car, if it's understeering in the middle of a corner, your natural reaction is to back off to let the front tyres hook up. And actually what you need to do is give it more throttle to rotate the rear around. And lose the rear of the car a little bit. And it's probably no surprise that the guys that adapted quickest to it are probably the 8-scale IC drivers, because that's very much how their cars work and operate. And we noticed them be very, very quick to adapt to it. Yeah, as you said, it's sort of come as a development really from the gear diffs. And gear diffs feel absolutely fantastic to drive for about 4 minutes. The problem with them is they're just too heavy, and you've got too much weight hung over the rear of the car, and you just burn the rear tyres out. Tends to be the problem. So it's really, really difficult to drive. I mean, we've just seen James Can take the quickest time so far out there. Doesn't really matter. But thank you, Stuart, for joining us for that. I think he's going to have to disappear now to go and get his car ready. But thanks for joining us.
Thanks for being here.
So little bit of accompaniment there from Stuart Cartwright, joining us for a bit of a chat, and quite interesting to go into bit of a talk there about sort of mind management, and from a pro golfer as well. So gives us some idea of some of the mind management techniques, and quite interesting to hear that it's kind of the same thing that any top level sportsman does, and how he tries to bring it into a different sport that he's picked up later on, really, and still bringing those techniques and that knowledge into it and what it does. So welcome to you if you are just joining us here on RC Racing TV. We are bringing you live coverage of the EFRA 112th Track European Championships from Racing Arena Limburg in Sittard in the Netherlands. I'd like to thank our event sponsors, A-Main Hobbies, Roche, Zen Racing and Montec. Stefan Kalbrecht going to lead away this heat. This is still practice. Stefan Kalbrecht leads away.
6, 7, 8, 9.
Riccardo Ferretti, you are in the wrong race. Stop immediately. Riccardo Ferretti, you're in the wrong race.
So one of the Italians seems to have got himself into the wrong heat.
Wrong race. Wrong group. Stop. Take him out.
Okay, so one of the drivers being withdrawn. He'd started a race early, I believe.
Group number 6 for you.
Riccardo Ferretti. So he's been caught out by having been reseeded into a high heat. Let's see, we're following at the moment the green car of, looks like the 7 car. This is Yuka Hakami's Finnish driver. Have a look and see how balanced his car looks. Looks pretty good. He's just running around to the middle of the circuit through the A-Main chicane. He's just coming down now towards the Montec M. Flicks it through there, back round through the Zen Z. Up towards the Roche R at the top of the circuit. So car looking consistent, well balanced. Very good race car that he'll have underneath him. That car not doing anything weird. I can't tell for definite, but I would suspect that car has got a differential fitted. It doesn't look like a car with a spool normally looks. It hasn't got that launch off of the corner that is associated with a spool. But the car looking very predictable in its rotation. It's not looking edgy at all. You can see he's just catching and passing traffic. He's very confident in what he's got underneath him. Caught and passed one car. His next target's going to be the white car just in front of him, the number 6 car of Gunnar Blumendal, I believe, that he's just passed. Well, that's really good feeling as a driver when you see these cars just in front of you to start catching, driving. He's just pulling over, I think, to make a small adjustment to his transmitter. It's absolutely fine. Of course, this is practice. This is the time to do it. Traction level is going to have built again since the last time they were out on the circuit. That's going to continue really all weekend. You're probably going to find a point midday tomorrow where the rate of improvement slows down. It's one of the reasons why they'll be running round by round qualifying. The way round by round qualifying works is that we have basically each round is used as a standalone item, and they will be ranked according to their finishing position in the round. So all of their times will be lumped together, regardless of who they're on the circuit with. The quickest driver will receive normally 150 points. Second place, 148 and so on. And then they'll take, from the 5 qualifying rounds they're scheduled to have, they will take the best 3 scores from those to make up their overall. So it does reward consistency, and it does, to a certain degree, alleviate concerns with track evolution that you might experience. See who else is out there going pretty well at the moment. The 2-car, Yuka Humarsalo, is travelling pretty quickly. See if we can spot the 2-car out there. See the white, pink and green car. I think that... no, that's the 1-car of Stefan Kalbrecht, I think. Or is it the 2? He's moving pretty quick anyway. Let's pick up the white, pink and green car. We will check as he comes through and crosses the line. Car looking very good, very well balanced. By himself, so should be nice and easy to pick up a time. It's actually the 3-car then of Sebastian Roux. Now that we can see it by itself, yeah, I can see that it's a 3 now that I know it's a 3. But closing in on traffic. Through the A-main chicane, down towards the Montec M. Really good change of direction in the middle there. Now, as opposed to the car we were watching earlier, this car does look to have a spool. You can just see in the middle of those direction changes, it's just got that little flick on the pivot, that the way that it rotates. It's kind of, I don't know if it's, just watching the screen, and I'm not sure it's definable really, certainly from eye. Yeah, I think you can see it. It's just the way that the car visibly squares off the exit of the corner. Just an indication that certainly that's got a solid axle under drive, and I would imagine that is a spool that's providing that rather than a gear diff. But you can see he's just had to back off and come offline, and all of a sudden the car looks very, very alien at that point in how it is behaving. Just coming up to 2 minutes left. In fact, I think that's the 2-car. It is the 2-car that he's closing down of Yuka Humarsalo. He's just made a mistake and parked it in the barrier on the exit of the Roche R. Very easy to do when you're trying to chase someone down as well. You start getting a little bit braver, a little bit braver, a little bit braver. Trying to skim the time out of them. Little knock against the barrier, and you've just lost everything that you've gained. 1:30 to go. Sebastian Rowe leading. Pumped in 29 laps so far. Carving his way through the traffic. Again, as we were saying earlier, they're probably using this to lay down a little bit of a marker. See what he thinks compared to everybody else. Starting off towards the front of the heat, it'll be car number 3. So that's always quite nice. You've got a couple of cars in front of you as a bit of a pacemaker to set. As Stuart and myself were discussing earlier, when you're off car number 1, you feel a bit of pressure because you've got all of those cars stacked up behind you and they haven't actually got to pass you to get in front of you with them starting 1 second apart. If someone starts a second behind you and finishes half a second behind you, they're actually on the clock half a second in front of you. So you're always trying to pull away from them. When you're starting behind someone, you've got a bit of a marker. You know if you're right up their bumper, you're definitely less than a second behind them. And sometimes that can give you the confidence just to sit there. Especially if they're the quickest, or the next quickest car in the heat. It's a really nice feeling. So 1 minute until the start of heat number 5. Who have we got in heat number 5? We have got Michael Holler, Niels de Gruyser, Olivier Pierrat, Sascha Lennartz, Heinz de Wald, Mark Jordan, Juhan Matti Heckler, Lee Moss, and Chris House, or as he's known at European events, Christophe Maison. Michael Holler set to go. So Michael Holler leads off.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Already you can see what we were saying there, the number 2 car of Niels de Gruyser already caught and passed the car in front of him. So de Gruyser trying to put down a bit of a marker. Heinz de Wald looks like he is fastest at the moment with the 9 car from Chris House. Just seen Lee Moss flash past. James Can up there as well. Let's see if we can... I can see Olivier Pierrat. Right, let's pick up the car that looks quick at the moment. He's just entered the main straight now, the white, green and blue car. She's coming up through the Roche R. Taking a bit of a wide entry there. But that's the 5 car of Heinz de Wald. Neil Diver just wandering past underneath me. Got Neil Diver and Steve Payne down there. Steve here to provide some assistance to Ollie. Not that he needs it at this point. They might come up and join us at some point over the weekend. See if we can get some more chats with other people. Pierrat leading this one with the 3 car. So Pierrat is running the, it's actually like the rather confusingly, the Union Jack car for the Frenchman. He's just entered the main straight now, the red car with the Union Jack on the rear deck, red and white car. So he's just coming through the A-main chicane now. Heading down towards the Montec M. Pierrat leading. Goes through the Rochard and he's just come down back through A-main. See closing down. Car in front of him makes a mistake. There's that distinctive paint job doing its thing with intimidation. Pierrat leading from Holler and de Gruyser at the moment. Checking to see who else is watching us.
Minutes to drive.
4 minutes left of this run. Olivier Pierrat, the car that we are running with, leading from Niels de Gruyter. Nice clear track in front of him. Let's see who else. The pink and white cars travelling pretty quickly out there. That was the 2 car of de Gruyter. He's just made a mistake coming onto the main straight. Let's pick him up, the pink and white car, as he goes up through the Roche R. There we go, down through a main chicane, down to the Montec M. Struggling to pick up the pink colour on the front of that car. It is very, very light. But watch him close in on the number 1 car of Michael Holler. You can see through the chicane he's taking huge amounts of time out of him. And a mistake from Michael Holler in on the exit of the Roche R, and a bigger mistake there in the A main chicane from de Gruyter. De Gruyter now with a clear track in front of him. Trying to pull away, still running in 3rd place in the heat. Using it as an opportunity to edge away. Starting to get towards the more pointy end. And in fact, first off will be Stuart Cartwright, who was up here and joined us for a little bit. He had to disappear to sort out his additive. And the car we've been following, the number 2 car of de Gruyter, pops it on his roof in the middle of the A main chicane. So easy to do. Those dots, there's no marker around them, and you just get a little bit lost in your peripheral vision, and you can see he gives it a wide berth that time as he flows through. Number 1 car's picked up the pace a little bit now of Michael Holler. He is the orange car just on the main straight now. Let's pick him up. He's just gone through the Roche R. He's coming up to the A main chicane with 1 minute to go. Here we go. This is something else that you can see over the course of this 1/12 scale racing. You can have a car that's really, really quick at the start of the run, but if it just burns up the rear tyres, if you put in too much load into the rear tyres, you just run out of lateral grip, and the car just won't carry any corner speed. And it can feel a bit like a switch that one lap you turn in and the car just sticks, and the next lap you turn in and it's just gone. It wants to let go, and you lose all confidence in the car, and you're scared to either flick the stick or turn the wheel, depending on what type of transmitter that you're running. And that's really, really sapping of confidence, and it's the something that you can quite often see over the course of a run, that someone goes off like an absolute rocket ship, and then at 6 minutes you just start taking huge amounts of time out of them, and massive great big chunks, as they completely run out of confidence in the car. And it's a cyclical thing. The rear of the car slides because they've got no traction, and because it's doing that, it's working the rear tyres harder, and you just completely run out of grip and traction, and all of a sudden you're just losing time hand over fist. So that car that was gaining you a tenth every lap at the start, it's costing you seconds a lap at the end of the run. Something that's always a little bit difficult to look at, and in fact Michael Holler did end up with the best time there over the course of the run for exactly that reason. His car was good and was quick right to the end of the run. Always an interesting thing to see going on. So cars being lined up. Who have we got this time? So Stuart Cartwright, Andreas Reiferschiet, Dave Sedgwick, Gavin Clinch, Niels Mears, Rob Jackson, Riccardo Ferretti, Tony Wade and Tom Adams are our drivers. It's a good effort from Tony Wade to get himself seeded in this heat.
10, 9, 8.
Stuart Cartwright then, who joined us earlier, will be leading away with the number 1 car.
2, 1. Car 1, 2,
Stuart leads off the yellow front, white centre, black rear car.
6, 7, 8.
Let's see how Stuart's mind management techniques he was talking about pay off. He certainly pulled a big gap already, not worried about what anybody else is doing. Comes down through the A main chicane. That's a nice change of direction there. Through the Montec M. Little slide on the rear as he comes through the Zen Z. Back up to the Rochard, but he certainly pulled a big gap so far. Early car on the move, though, is Gavin Clinch with the number 4 car. He is the white front, pink centre, blue rear car. He is just coming round the Rochard now. He's the lead of those 3 cars coming through there, through the A main chicane. So there is Gavin Clinch. So Gavin leading. And this is something that we were saying earlier with Stuart as well. That's going to, and true to form, Gavin's crashed as soon as we've joined him. It's something that we were talking about with Stuart earlier. Stuart's led away, and as far as he's concerned, he's got a big gap behind him. He's pulled away from the number 2 car. So when all of a sudden, a couple of minutes in, you get called out as not being leading when you're the first off and no one's come past you, it does affect your mindset, and you just sort of think, wow, where is that other car on the circuit? And it tries to sort of shift your focus. And Gav's just given the barrier entering the straight a bit of a learning by the sounds of it. Gav having dropped down the order with that mistake, so Stu Cartwright back to the front. Gav's got himself down into 5th place at the minute. So a few barrier taps from Gav there. I think that's... who's that behind him, the 1 car behind him? Is that Dave Sedgwick? Just trying to pick him up out there. No, it's not Dave Sedgwick. I'm just trying to... He's running pretty quick. Dave's is the all-white car on the main straight now. So Dave... Let's get him as he goes through the Rochard. He's through the A main chicane now. So here we go, this is Dave Sedgwick that we're running with. Stu Cartwright is also in the mix out in the front somewhere. Both of them kind of mired in traffic. They started out 2 seconds apart, and just visually looking at where they are, and in fact, as we say, was that Stu? No, that wasn't Stu, that was a similar coloured car to Stuart that's just thrown it off the circuit. So these two, it looks like about 2 seconds between them. Dave leading at the moment by about 7 tenths. And let's have a look. There, that time, there's 2 tenths between them. So in fact, that was Stu just throwing it off the track. So Dave Sedgwick right to the front now. Stu Cartwright still running second. That shows how far in advance of everybody else Dave and Stuart were running. Stuart now about 5 seconds down on Dave Sedgwick with that mistake. Again, it's something we were saying earlier. You spend all that time chasing, trying to eke out a 10th, and then one mistake and just seen off-shot Gavin Clinch launch the car on the exit of the A-main chicane. Ended up in that triangle that you've just seen there, actually, with no method of escape save for a marshal. Gavin never knowingly having small accidents. Dave Sedgwick having a little bit of trouble through traffic there. So Dave, in fact, getting a bit of a warning as such from the referee, just to make sure he gives time to other cars. And a mistake from him pops him on his roof. And that's going to put Stu... Is that going to put Stu somewhere back in it? Yeah, that has put Stu quite a long way back in it, actually. So let's pick up Stuart again, because he's somewhere at the front. He's the yellow front, black rear car. He's just coming round through the A-main chicane now. Number 1 car. Let's run with Stuart as he runs for home. The car immediately in front of him on the circuit. When I say immediately, I mean there's one car in front of him, not he's got to catch him. Oh, in fact, it's Rob Jackson now. I was going to say it's Gav Clinch, but Rob jumps out of the way. So let's watch for the last minute and a half and see if Stu can close in on Gavin. Of course, this doesn't count for anything. And some drivers consider it bad luck to win practice, effectively. Looking good for Stu, though. He's definitely closing up to the rear of Gavin. He was. And a bit of a launch there through the middle of the Montec M. Straight into the barrier. I think that's a breakage for Gavin. See him shrugging his shoulders on the rostrum. Stuart, though, cruising away at the front now. His lead over Dave Sedgwick, some 4.5 seconds. He's done what he wanted to do, what he mentioned earlier, lay down a bit of a marker. Gavin back up and running, and he's given the barrier another rattle for good measure. Very scrappy run from Gavin. Doesn't look like he's quite got his mind on the circuit at the moment. Good run come together for Stuart Cartwright, though.
Finished car 1, 4, 7, 3, 5. Time is over. Race finished.
Speed it up, guys.
Stuart Cartwright takes that then from Dave Sedgwick and Riccardo Ferretti in the correct heat this time.
Next over, guys. Next over. 1 minute to start. 1 minute. 2 laps and go to starting grid. Take it easy in the front of the pit area. Still a lot of guys standing on the car. 35 seconds after the start. No more laps. Start them up. Line them up, guys. No more laps. No more laps.
Start.
Behind the white line car lane.
Car 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Who do we have then in heat number 7? Mark Jewett. He would have maybe expected to be a little bit higher, possibly, than that. Rico Clays, Morgan Williams, Ian Beckhart, Ben Vincent. What's Ben Vincent doing down here? Neil Diver, Jacques Liebart, and Dave Soisters.
1. Car 5, 1, 2, 3,
Mark Jewett leads away.
6, 7, 8.
Yeah, you got the wrong number on the car. Get number 4 in the body.
Who have we got then? Mark Jewett
Can't help you.
leads off.
Yeah, you have to have number 4 on your car.
In fact, Morgan Williams, Neil Diver to the top now. Neil Diver looking like the fast man at the moment. Let's see if we can spot him. He is the yellow front, blue centre. He's in the A main chicane now. Just coming down to the Montec M. Down the main straight. Yellow front on the car. That's him. Neil Diver then, our fastest car over 3 laps. In fact, not over 3 laps. He's just flat out faster than everybody else. He's taking a little while to appear back at the top of the list every time because he started out number 6. Running nicely with Neil Diver. Small mistake there from Neil Diver as he enters the A main chicane. Does the polite thing and waits. Joins on the back of the field. Who's that he's following? It's Mark Jewett that he is chasing round. Morgan Williams now to the front. He is a blue and white car number 3. He is in the A main chicane now. He's just coming around towards the Montec M. So Morgan Williams, our leader. World Day finalist, actually. Made the appearance in the A final at Milton Keynes. Really good effort from Morgan. Struggling a little bit in practice off the end of the main straight and going in a little bit deep. Seems to have calmed that down a little now. Morgan still leading this one from Rico Clays. So Morgan just in front of Rico at the moment. Now Morgan started off 3, Rico started off 2. Morgan just over a second in front of Rico. Rico will be, you can just see him just behind Morgan. Rico's desperately going to be trying to get past Morgan and pull away. Morgan will be equally desperate not to let Rico pass because he knows that as long as Rico's behind him, Morgan knows he's definitely in front. Once Rico's in front of him, you're then into that little bit of uncertainty, and in fact Rico backed out of that one and was happy to sit on the back of Morgan. This doesn't count for anything. It's not qualifying proper. Rico will, he's dropped back. It could be a little bit of mind game. I mean, Rico's now in front. So this is where it gets interesting. We're running with Morgan at the moment. The car immediately in front is Rico Clays, who started off 1 second in front of him. Morgan needs to keep within 1 second of him to stay in front. Rico will be looking to pull away and get that gap up over 1 second. Let's have a look at the gap at the moment. It's 0.2 of a second. So Rico's just made a mistake in front of him. And Rico makes a mistake now, putting Morgan back in front of him. There's some mind games going on here that you're trying to prove to that other driver that you're quicker than them, especially when they're starting off next to each other. That Morgan's going to want to prove to Rico that, you know, if I appear behind you, you need to let me go straight away. Rico will be thinking, if I can, you know, if he stays there for a couple of laps, if I can settle into my pace and pull away again, I can get in front of him. So whilst you're not deliberately setting out to obstruct anybody else in the race, you have to be, selfish is the wrong term, but you also don't want to be diving past other people and getting and having to get out of the way when you're mixing in with everybody else's time. You've got to get that right and do the absolute best you can. And clearly, the best way of doing that is not pulling off of the line to let faster cars through. You're compelled to, and you would be really annoyed if someone was to hold you up unnecessarily. But equally, you can't just say after you and jump immediately out of the way. So it's a real balancing act to strike there in terms of etiquette and getting it right for everyone.
Yeah, 6 minutes down, 2 minutes
6 minutes down, 2 minutes to go.
Furious in this group, Rico Clays right behind him. Mark Hewitt also knocking on the door in the top 3, the Dagger in the 4, Chrysler's in the 5, Shackleton Bar in the 6, Ben Vincent in the 7, Ian Bar in the 8th spot.
Morgan Williams still leading, edging away from the rest of the field. Mark Dewitt's got himself back up into third. Neil Diver's seen Gavin Clinch have a bad run, and he said, "You call that a bad run? Hold my beer." He's gone and fired it off the circuit himself a few times. Morgan still leading that one. Let's see if we can pick up who else out there should be quick. Ben Vincent should be fast. Let's have a look at him. I mean, Ben was podium finisher at the Worlds in this class. Let's pick him up. He is just going through the Montec M now and onto the main straight. The white-yellow car with the sort of flashes of blue. Looks like he's got a bit of a body tuck at the rear. He has. That's going to be more distracting than anything. So Ben rattles the car against the barrier, trying to free off the body shell. I think that's the excuse I'd use anyway. Not that I hit the barrier deliberately, honest Gov. No, he's trying very, very hard to hit something and free that body shell off. Yep, he's got it. No, he hasn't. No, still tucked. Unlucky Ben. So Morgan takes that then from Rico Clays and Mark Dewitt. Dave Soysters, Neil Diver, Jacques Libar, Ben Vincent and Ian Bearcart.
Stay on the race line, Jack, it won't help. Yeah, time's running, guys. 50 seconds to start.
50 seconds to the start then of heat number 8. So this the top heat of stock. Alex Laurent, the quickest driver in seeding practice from Lewis Parker, Marcus Mobers, Jorn Neumann, Hupo Honigel, Vesey Lee, Max Mackler and Mark Stiles.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Line up the cars. Finish on the stop line, please. Finish at 6, stay where you are. 3 to go to the front, that's right. 4 also, that's good. 6 and 8.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5,
Yeah, it's on 6, take it easy. 6.
2, 1. Car 1,
Alex Laurent leads off.
3, 4,
Slight tweak to his colour scheme for this year, by the looks of things.
8.
Yep, everybody's up and away. Good luck, drivers. Have a nice one.
Alex looking to push hard. Him and Lewis Parker look like they made a bit of a break for it already. Lewis Parker with a slightly quicker over, in fact, a Quite a lot quicker opening lap. Lewis Parker with a 12.8. Let's move our focus back one car onto Lewis Parker. There we go. Lewis's car looking good. Certainly more confident in the car early on. He's gained a lot of time on Alex on that lap. Just check no one's gone quick. In fact, your Neumann Vesser up into second actually after 3 laps. Car we're running with though, Lewis Parker, certainly the fastest car out there at the moment, and he's got past Alex Laurent. That's one off of his list. It's a bit of a marker thrown down to Alex. Alex now has a little tap into the back of Lewis. They're trying to find his way back through. Doesn't really matter at this stage. I'm sure Lewis would have something to say about that if that was qualifying proper. That's promoted your Neumann to the front. Your Neumann, the all-white car at the back of that chain. Let's have a look. He's just on the main straight now. So your Neumann not past these guys on the track. Your Neumann's just in the middle of the A-main chicane. He's just coming around under the Montec M now, through the Zen Z, down the main straight. And we've picked him up. There we go. Alex Laurent's actually tacked in behind him, so he has recognised that Jorn is the danger man. Your Neumann picks his way past Marcus Mobers. Different colour scheme on Marcus Mobers' car as well. Green and white car for Mobers. So your Neumann now past everybody who started in front of him. So he knows he's definitely in front of those guys. Someone's car sounding a little bit sick out there. Just trying to identify who that is. Is that Lewis? I believe that's Lewis. That sounds like he's got a motor that might have moved. Yeah, it's Lewis just getting himself on some clear track, find out whereabouts he is. We're running with your Neumann, passes the stricken car of Lewis. Lewis does the step back of shame on the rostrum. Your Neumann still leading this one. Going away at the front. Laurent pulled off circuit a couple of times, just trying to find a bit of a gap. See, he's just starting to, or the next car he's going to try and close in on is Max Mackler. Jorn's car looking very, very good. He's going to try and capture the title this year that Michael Orlowski won last year at the Huddy Arena. So Jorn leading this one from Marcus Mobers by 1.8 seconds. Let's have a bit of a look at Mobers. Just trying to spot him. He is the green and white car. He's just through the A-main chicane now. He's just through the Montec M. Mobers running around by himself at the moment. It's a bit of a double-edged sword, really, in practice. It's nice and lets you pump in some fast laps, but you kind of want to figure out where your car is good and where your car isn't. Sometimes it's difficult to identify when you're running around by yourself exactly where that is. And it's only when you appear on circuit with other cars and when you get yourself near other cars on the circuit that you kind of highlight the weak areas of your car. You follow someone into a corner and they go through a completely different rate to you, and you hadn't even comprehended that you could turn in at that speed and still have the car stick. And it can be a bit of an eye-opener, just to let you know sort of where the car is and what the car should be doing and what the car's capable of, and where you need to be hunting for extra time on the circuit. Mark Stiles has got himself into the third. See if we can find Mark Stiles out there. I think he was running his race paint. He is. The white front, red rear. There we go. Here's Mark Stiles, third place. I think we ought to change his name by deed poll to Third Mark Stiles. Who's he following around? It's one of the orange cars. That's Vesa that he's just passed? So Mark, not always the quickest driver over one lap, but he's very, very, very consistent and just keeps on churning in lap after lap after lap at the same pace. Wearing the opponents down. Circulating just in front of Jorn Neumann at the moment. I expect Mark will just pull out of Jorn's way. There he does. He doesn't make the mistake of trying to chase Jorn. He kind of knows at the moment the car's not under him to run there. We'll just follow him through, see where he can gain some time. And in fact, it looks like Jorn's not taking huge chunks of time out of him. Jorn makes a bit of a mistake there, loses the rear. Mark has to check up not to run into him. Very close actually between Hupo and Mark. We'll stick with Mark because that's he's in the middle of a gaggle of cars. You can see here that Mark he's following Jorn round, and you can kind of see where they're gaining and losing time on each other. So in the high-speed direction changes, like in the middle of the Montec M, you can see Jorn is able to pull a bit of time out on Mark, and Mark's car visibly sort of slows as it changes direction, whereas Jorn's goes through it flat. But then when you get to some of these slower speed bits here, like the entry to the A-main chicane, Mark seems to gain that time back. So he's got not as much confidence in the car. It's probably a little bit more twitchy, a little bit less stable than Jorn's car to drive if you had an identical driver with both. But he is certainly gaining time.
Time is over. Race finished.
So I believe we've got a 20-minute break now as we go into, or before we go into modified. That's done. Some drivers competing in stock and modified, so they've, with the reduced number of drivers here, they've programmed that gap into the schedule just to allow both sets of driver or the drivers who are competing in both classes, especially guys like Lewis Parker, who was just out then, although he was an early retirement, he would only have a couple of races. Without that gap, it would be very, very tight on time for him. Let's have a look and at the schedule when we're next out on circuit for modified. So yeah, we have got around half an hour between Heat 8 and Heat 9 going on. In fact, it's pretty much exactly half an hour. It's 4:25 local time that the next heat is going to start, and it's just gone 4 o'clock now, local time, 16:04, 16:05. welcome to you if you are just joining us here on RC Racing TV. We're bringing you live coverage of the EFRA 1/12 Euros from the Racing Arena Limburg in Sittard in the Netherlands. Sadly, the last big meeting that will be held here at this venue. The Limburg club will be looking, or are currently looking for a new venue that they're able to move to and get themselves to. I'd like to thank our event sponsors, A-Main Hobbies, Roche, Zen Racing and Montec for helping us to bring you this live coverage. Unfortunately, with these little gaps through the course of the weekend, you're going to have a little bit of talking from us. Just having a look at those. So a few guys watching us and joining us. Jody Sherrett asking what's the timetable for today. There is, effectively, this is they've had seeding practice so far, Jody. There is one round of practice that we're running through at the moment. We've got a little bit of a gap between the stock and the modified classes of about half an hour before we are back. And then we'll have the modified class running out. We've got Andy Edwards saying Skoon is online. Hello, Andy. Good to see you joining us. Good to see plenty of you joining us. So modified going to consist of 3 heats, each with 7 drivers in. They would have probably been looking to condense that down to 2 heats, if they could, 2 heats of 10. And finals, someone's going to be, unfortunately, a little bit unlucky because they're going to end up in a 1-car C final. They'll have to do 1 lap, and they're going to win it. Unless we have anybody dropping out. So if you are wondering why the lull in track action, it's just to give a bit of a break, a bit of an opportunity for drivers competing in 2 classes to give them sufficient time. The round would be very, very condensed otherwise. A few less people than you would normally get here at a Euros. That is more as a result of it's a result of a couple of things really. We think the Worlds, or having had the Worlds in January, about 8 weeks ago. That's meant that it's, certainly for privateer drivers, that's 2 pretty expensive meetings. Typically the Euros or the Worlds, that is the big meeting for your class for the year, and that's what your entire focus is around. And it can, to compete at these levels and enter at these levels, it costs money, and that's something that takes a little bit of time for people to save up and recover. So when you've got two. So we will be joining heat number, what's it going to be? Heat number 9, the first of the modifieds. That is scheduled to start at 25 past 4 local time. So that will be 25 past 3 in the UK. That will give us an opportunity to go off air briefly, I think, and have a little bit of a break. So we will take advantage of that. We'll maybe go and see if we can find some other drivers. We had a bit of a chat with Stuart Cartwright. I'll see if I can press gang someone else into coming and joining us for a little bit when we come back on air. Someone who's mainly racing, or maybe only racing the stock class, and has got a bit of an opportunity to come and have a chat with us. Who will have done their marshalling already. Yeah, I'll see who I can find who can maybe have a bit of a chat with us. And see what is going on. See Winston Barnett and Rob Warren in front of us. See someone over in the far corner of the track, over on your far left. They're just checking their lock circles on their car. It's an interesting thing, actually, that, well, interesting if you're a 12 scale driver. Basically, that's you want to make sure your steering lock is exactly the same left and right. So what you'll do is put your car down on the track, turn it to full left lock, push the car around and do a U-shape, put your foot down on the outside wheels, turn the car around, full right lock, do exactly the same thing again, and you're looking for the car to end up back in the same place it started. So you're typically using a join line in the carpet, something like that, as your datum in the first place. And you can adjust the endpoints on your steering so that you get equal steering throw left to right. And it's always a really good feeling when you manage to get both of them exactly the same number on the transmitter. Lee Palmer just mentioning that the dots out on the track look quite brutal. Yeah, I think a few people have mentioned that, Lee. I think what makes them, it's not necessarily the dots themselves. It's the fact that there's almost no warning of them and nothing around the outside of them. I think now we are ready to go on a short break, actually. So we'll just pop a message up on the screen and we shall be back in about 15 minutes' time. Hello, we're back. Just seeing the first heat of Modified heading out on circuit. Just doing the few staging laps really before their warm-up and getting ready to go. Thank you for joining us here on RC Racing TV. We're bringing you this live coverage of the EFRA 1/12 Track Euros from Racing Arena Limburg in Sittard in the Netherlands. In conjunction with our event sponsors, A-Main Hobbies, Roche, Zen Racing and Montec. About to see the first heat of Modified go live. 7 drivers in each heat of Modified. Stéphane Lemperrière, Riccardo Ferretti, Jean-Michel Varinard, Tuka Tianen, Stefan Huys, Jonathan Miller and Mario Neri are drivers. Lemperrière leading away.
4, 5, 6, 7.
Lemperrière already pulled a big gap over the rest of the field. In fact, no, 2 car of Ferretti. Showing in front of him. Three car leading. I think that's the white front, green centre, purple rear car. Just double check as they come around. With the speed of these cars, it can be a little bit difficult to tell. Let's just see if we can pick up our leader. It's the 7 car of Neri, who is, let's spot the 7 car, it's the white and black car. He's just going through Montec, he's just through the Zen Z down the main straight. There we go, through the A-Main chicane, the lead of those 2 cars. Through the Montec M. Zen Z. Down towards the Roche R. For our leader. So starting out car number 7. And is carving his way through the traffic. He's some 4 seconds down the road from second place man. Second place man at the moment, Tuka Tianen. So some massive pace advantage that he's got over some of the cars in this heat. Of course, it's one of the things that you can find happens on occasion, that you end up getting seeded out of position, if you like. It's based on 3 consecutive laps, and if for whatever reason you don't string together 3 consecutive fast laps in your seeding practice, and it's always the aim, you end up seeded out of position and in quite a slow heat, or out of position in a heat. And especially this, if you spend all of your practice run when you're starting off towards the back, and in fact very last, is where Mario Neri has started from in P7. He knows that he's got 6 other cars to catch and pass in the first round of qualifying. And in fact, it wouldn't surprise me, because he's starting last, he's probably going to take advantage of that. Certainly if that was me in that position, when I got called off the start, I would be hanging back a little bit. Of course, your timer doesn't start until you cross the loop. So what you probably want to do is, rather than starting off 1 second behind car number 6, take advantage of the fact there is only 7 cars, and you're talking somewhere in the region of a 12-13 second lap. You can give yourself a couple of second buffer. And what that means is that when you start catching and passing cars, it's a little bit later on in the run that you're doing it. and they're a little bit more spread out, and it's not likely to cost you as much time when you catch them. So sometimes starting last, if you are starting last, it's a good idea to take the opportunity just to chill out a little bit, hang off the back of the pack, give yourself an extra couple of seconds in your pocket. You can see Mario Neri is clearly a fair bit faster than anybody else in this heat, barring any mechanical issues or massive accidents. Going to expect him to be there or thereabouts right at the front of the pack. Probably spotting some very famous marshals as the cars are heading round. The guys marshalling the top heat of the stock class. You can see Max Mackler, Lewis Parker, we've just gone past there. Just heading down through there. Just flashes past Mark Stiles standing there, looking like a doorman, refusing someone entry because they're not wearing a tie. Who else is moving quickly in this one? The number 4 car of Tiernan. Let's see if we can find him. There's been a few retirements from this run, as is quite often the case with modified. Certainly the lower heats, the accidents can be quite spectacular. The 4 car is the blue car of Tiernan. He's just coming onto the main straight now. Through the Rochard. Let's see how he manages and gets on, and how he closes up to the rest of the pack. Looking pretty good out there for Tuukka Tiernan.
2 minutes to drive.
Car's looking nicely balanced. Just makes a mistake off the end of the main straight. Recovers it through the Rochard. Tuukka closing in on the back of the 7 car of Mario Neri. The 2 fastest cars in the heat there together. See if we can spot what we said earlier and what we were discussing with Stuart maybe about different cars generating pace in different areas of the track. See if there's any kind of difference between them. You can see there the amount of time through the Montec M, actually, that Neri lost to Tiernan. But then as they come down towards the A main chicane, so that's exactly what we were talking about earlier. You saw this gap, it's growing and it's ebbing and flowing. They're doing pretty similar lap times, and when they cross the loop, they're in very similar places. But in that part of the track, and that was a rather spectacular flip there from Mario Neri. A bit Dukes of Hazzard style. Displaying my age there. Last couple of seconds.
4, 7, 5. Time is over. Race finished.
Mario Neri takes that then from Tuukka Tiernan, Riccardo Ferretti, Stefan Huyss, Jonathan Miller, Stefan Lamperiere and Jean-Michel Varinard. Next up will be our top man, actually, from stock, or our top seed from stock, Alex Laurent. Be quite interesting, see how he gets on. Couple more heats of modified, then I think we've got about a 25-minute break before the next round of qualifying, or the first round of qualifying starts, even. James looked rather alarmed at that news, with the lower number of entries this weekend. A little bit disjointed. They've had to put the gaps in to give everybody the opportunity to join the gaps. Welcome to, if you are just joining us here on RC Racing TV, on either YouTube or Facebook.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Cut. 1, 2, 3, 4.
So Laurent not actually, he's out there, but he's didn't make it to the line in time. Started off at the back. So this is Patrick Gasseur we're watching. Patrick looked like he had a really quick car earlier and will consider himself quite unlucky not to be in the top heat. You can see he's already pulled a huge gap over the next car. In fact, next car is Rene Doctor. Rene Doctor leading from Adam Catchpole's got himself up into second, actually. To see where Adam is. Adam's, by himself. Adam's just coming down the main straight now. The all-white coloured car. Running with Adam Catchpole, car looking a little bit scary. And rather obligingly, Adam just pops that onto its roof in the entry to the A-main chicane. Expertly captured there by Ash as the car slid to a halt against the barrier. It's going to have dropped Adam down the field, and Vesser is at the front. Now, Vesser should be easy to spot. He's got a very distinctive body shell. Yellow front, orange centre, black rear. There he goes down the main straight. There we go, that's Vesser's car through the Rochard. Vesser, the designer of the Destiny chassis. A car looking pretty good. The only thing I would say about Vesser's car, it looks well balanced. It just looks like it's pausing a little bit in the middle of every corner before it launches. When we get into the next heat, you'll see they're probably following very similar lines to Vesser. It's just that the car won't have that effect. Just looking at it on camera now, you can sort of see that the car pauses. It hesitates in the middle of every corner. And it's there where a lot of the time and the speed is gained. And the car just wants to go. A little bit of a mistake there. But the car comes back online, looking really well balanced. Vesser going pretty well as we're building towards half distance in the run. Still running with Vesser at the moment. Had a couple of retirements. Adams dropped out of the run, as has Alex Laurent. Vesser still leading this one at the front from Rene Doctor. Let's see how much of a gap he's got as they come past half distance. In fact, he's not got a massive gap from Rene Doctor. Rene Doctor only some 6/10 back. And it was the and in fact, I've just seen, as I started talking about Rene Doctor, he left the house. That was the number 7 car. He was the all-white car. He's still running in second, actually. So Vesser and Rene had pulled a fairly massive gap over the rest of them. Rene now some, let's see what it is, some 7 seconds back. See if we can spot him. He's the only all-white car out there now. He's just off the, where is he? She's going through the Rochard, through the A-main chicane, straight into a prone car. So is that down to... No, we've still got 4 cars circulating. 4 cars heading around the circuit at the moment. Running with Rene Doctor. See how far behind Vesser he is. Started out a couple of seconds behind him. He is 6 seconds, so he's kind of pegged the gap. It was just that mistake when he ended up with the car on its roof that cost him quite dearly. Are we down to... We're down to 3 cars now. So we've got Vesser is circulating, Patrick Gasseur and Rene Doctor. So Thomas Liptak, Jacques Liebart, Adam Catchpole and Alex Laurent are all retirements. You can see a little collection of cars there next to the Marshall as we come past. As we go sort of through the ZenZ, we'll point it out this time as they come down. There we go, just seen 2 prone white cars. Got a bit of a collection going on there. Just under 2 minutes of this run remaining. Then we will have the top heat of modified. Some of these guys are going to feel it's a bit of an opportunity for them, with modified having less people, well, both classes really having less people in it. It's a great opportunity to maybe sneak a bit higher than you would have done in other meetings. Vesser still leading this one then from Rene Doctor. Rather bizarrely, Patrick Gasseur hasn't actually caught and passed Thomas Liptak, who retired, just at the 4-minute mark. He's only just passed him. So even, Patrick Gasseur was off the track for quite a few minutes. 30 seconds to go. Feels like a long race when there's only 3 of you out there circulating. We're going to have about a 15-minute break after the next run, I think, before we go into the GT class. Then once the GT class has run, we will be into the first round of stock qualifying here at Racing Arena Limburg, Sittard in the Netherlands. First round of qualifying proper for the EFRA 1/12 European Championships. 20 seconds to start. So we're going to have Alex Hagberg leading away from Ollie Payne, Marcus Mobers, Jorn Neumann, Lewis Parker, Freddie Sudoff and Hupo Honigol.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Car 1, 2, 3, 4.
Hagberg leads away from Payne.
7,
Both of these guys will be wanting to put a slightly disappointing World Championships behind them. Both of them displayed their class, I think, at the event. But they were on the back foot a little bit with some early retirements from the early qualifying heats. And, of course, with round-by-round qualifying, they ended up in a position needing, effectively, all of their runs to count. So instantly puts you on the back foot. You can see Alex Hagberg going away at the front. In fact, Jorn Neumann making a move. Jorn running not his traditional paint scheme, and in fact he's just passed Alex. Let's pick him up, the number 4 car. He's just entering the main straight now. Not Jorn's normal colour scheme, but he's got himself to the front. Jorn, quickest in stock earlier, would be maybe hoping to take home a double from this weekend, showing that he doesn't need the support of his teammates. Ollie Payne's just had a fairly spectacular accident. You just see him disappearing out the back of shot. Jorn Neumann at the moment leading on a nice clear track. Unfortunately, with only 7 cars running, there's not a lot of car-on-car action. They all end up spread out a little bit around the circuit. Quite difficult to identify who is where. Jorn Neumann leading this one from Lewis Parker. Lewis Parker going pretty well, actually. Let's pick him up for a little bit. Oh, in fact, he's on his roof at the minute. So Lewis up on his roof. There we go, up at the top of the circuit. Lewis back up and running. That's going to have dropped him down from second. So Marcus Mobers second, but we'll see how Lewis gets on. Try and bring you a bit of a chat with him at some point over the course of the weekend. So Lewis makes a bit of a mistake on the entry to Rochard and just backflips the car over. That's the thing about your rhythm. Once it's gone, it's amazing how quickly a run that was seeming very promising can all disappear down the drain very, very quickly. Lewis just getting it back online, though, back on track. Trying to find himself some space on circuit. He's now running behind. Oh, he's just let Hagberg go. Be a good opportunity for him. See if he can follow Hagberg round. And a mistake there. So those dots proving pretty brutal. Hagberg and Payne fairly close together. Let's pick up Hagberg, the white and green car. He's off the end of the main straight. It's just through the Rochard. He's just coming round. There we go. Ollie Payne giving chase. So what Ollie's done is he's had a bit of a nightmare start to the run, but he's got the car going again, and he's just put himself in. In fact, Ollie's dropped off the back again with another mistake. Ollie's car not looking the most comfortable to drive, as opposed to Hagberg's looking, I don't know, it doesn't look particularly smooth. It's that characteristic with the spool again. The car looks nervous. It's clearly very, very fast. Just watching the behaviour of the car, it just looks a little bit nervous, a little bit edgy. You can probably hang on to that okay in qualifying. It's not an issue. It just instills a little bit of uncertainty in you when it comes to racing. Alex, of course, very, very experienced. He's won this title 6 times on the bounce now.
Only a bit more than halfway through for 4 minutes to go. I went to the front. What was up in the 2?
Hupo back out and running on the track. Who's Marcus Mobers is going well. Let's see if we can find Mobers. He's one of the all-yellow cars. There's two of them. Let's just have a look at the rostrum, see where Marcus is looking. He is the second of the two yellow or the first of the two yellow cars on the main straight now. He's just going through the Rochard. That is Marcus Mobers, the first of that. No, if we can move our focus forward, that's it. Unfortunately, two yellow cars and they'd ended up on circuit together. Who's the other yellow? Oh, it's Freddie Sudoff. Freddie piloting the new Automatics car. He's running in third, actually, at the moment to Mobers. Marcus definitely looking at the first of those two cars. Freddie definitely looking at the second. Your Neumann still leading with just over 2 minutes of this run remaining. Mobers second, Freddie Sudoff third, Alex Hagberg down to fourth, Lewis Parker fifth, Ollie Payne sixth. Hupo's back up and running. Yeah, Hupo's back up and running, but he's been off the circuit for a little bit. A minute and a half left. Your Neumann leading. Suppose we probably best go back to him. He's just gone through the A main chicane now. He's going down through the Montec M. Last of the cars on the main straight now. The sort of yellow and orange coloured car. There we go. That's your Neumann that we're running with. Your car looking very well balanced at the moment. Great change of direction on it through the Montec M. Through the Rochard. A main chicane. Looks like he's got a lot of confidence in that car, can lean on it quite hard. And if you're just watching that car as opposed to Lee's car that we were watching earlier, and we were saying about Vesser's car seemed to be pausing, just seen slightly out of focus, Ollie Payne flying through the air. As we were saying, you can see the car of your Neumann cornering very flat and not losing the speed, scrubbing the speed off that we were seeing earlier with Vesser's car, for example. Still holding the same tight lines everywhere, but just nice and fast. So your Neumann going to take this one from Marcus Mobers. In fact, your Neumann about 10 seconds down the road from second place man Marcus Mobers. That's a fairly convincing display. So we've got now a bit of a gap before GT starts, and it's going to be about 15:15. So let's just check the timetable that we've got. So it's going to start at, 5:15 our time, so 4:15 UK time. Alex Hagberg just wandering across the circuit there. And a few people just taking the opportunity to run their cars through scrutineering. make sure that it's all okay. No problems, no issues with anything.
Super wide place. So, you know, getting the faces a bit. Take it on that card, I've got these that I've got as well. Thank you. I'll just go through. Hang on, you might as well wait a minute.
We're just going to go to a short break now whilst there's a lull in track action. We'll leave the camera locked off, but we'll be back in time for the GT. We're back. Welcome to you, if you're just joining us here for the first round of qualifying at the EFRA 1/12 European Championships from the Racing Arena Limburg in Sittard in Holland, in the Netherlands. Bringing you live coverage of this event in conjunction with our event sponsors, Amain Hobbies, Roche, Zen Racing and Montec. I'd like to thank them for their support. Just about to watch the first heat of GT go out. I think we've got 4 cars out there. Tony Burkhardt, Dean Burbach, Roland Streb and Jody Muller. This GT class, a bit of a support class. Everybody nice and evenly spaced out on the rostrum. So seeding's proven to work. So the cars go off in their correct starting order. Streb up into second place with the number 3 car. So Burbach dropping back. Still 4 cars circulating out there. We're with Tony Burkhardt, our leader. Got a fairly substantial lead at the moment. These cars, same cars underneath as the other LMP chassis that are running. They have got 17.5 turn motors rather than the 13.5 turn motors that are running the stock class. The other difference with these cars is that they are running a GT style body shell rather than the more conventional LMP or Le Mans prototype type shells. The weight of these is a little bit higher up in total. Increases the weight of the car, means that the chassis rolls around a little more. Tony Burkhardt still leading quite comfortably. The first round of qualifying proper. Six minutes to go of this run. Tony Burkhardt still leading. Who is running? Roland Streb is running in second place at the moment. Let's just see if we can see the number 3 car of Streb. The 3 car, the white, yellow and orange car. Just coming onto Main Straight now. This is our second place man. Driving around the middle of the circuit, as you can see, it's a tactic that will result in very few accidents. There's always an opportunity to make up a little bit of time by driving a little bit tighter. Bit of a launch out onto the main straight there for our second place man. Sounds like he'd maybe heard the advice of clipping everything tighter, but not that tight. You can see those bot dots still affecting these cars. So run into them. But despite there only being 4 cars out there, 3 of them are circulating in very, very close attendance with one another.
4 minutes to drive.
One left down, but he was picking up very fast guy. Racing about almost 1 second past every single lap, so everything is getting here.
Just over halfway through this run, Streb now leading from Beckhardt. The car that we're running with leading from Tony Burkhardt. Burkhardt having a fairly substantially faster car. But if you're off the circuit, that doesn't count for anything. In fact, the two leaders together. Streb still leading from Burkhardt. And a couple of seconds in front. Now Burkhardt in front on the track. If Streb can stick somewhere near him, he'll still be in front this time round. Tony Burkhardt will be looking to pull away. There's about a second between them at the minute. It's actually quite a close battle going on between these two. And a bit of a launch there from Tony Burkhardt over the barrier, just in front of Roland Streb. That'll be quite a nice feeling there for Streb. You don't wish ill on any of your competitors, but it's always nicer to be in front of someone than behind them, knowing that you've got to maintain a gap to run with them on the split. Two minutes of this run remaining, and then we will have another 8-minute run with these GT cars. Streb leading from Burbach still. In fact, Burbach's got himself in front of Burkhardt. Streb still leading pretty comfortably. Dean Burbach got himself into second position with the number 2 car. That must be by process of elimination the green coloured car on the main straight now. Let's pick him up for a little bit. Run with our second place man, probably to the end. He's just coming through the A main chicane.
30 seconds to drive. Finished. 3, 2,
Streb takes that from Burbach.
time is over. Race finished.
2 minutes until the start of the next heat of this GT class. Alexander Saiter, Robin Kaiser, Harun Schrobner, Guido Kraft, Ingo Aretz, Ivo Gersdorf and Konrad Aretz are drivers in this heat. Bit more track action, looking a little fuller with 7 of them. Welcome to you if you are just joining us here on RC Racing TV. We are bringing you live coverage all weekend of the EFRA 112th Track European Championships from the Racing Arena Limburg in Sittard in the Netherlands. Building towards the end of today's track action. We've got the stock class about to come, which will be qualifying round number 1. And then we go to qualifying round 2 tomorrow morning. Car 1 of Alexander Saiter leading away. Alexander Saiter leading with a fairly big gap that he's pulled over the 3 car of Harun Schrober. Schobner now moves to the front with the number 3 car in this GT class. Two tenths of a second between the top 2. We're running with Robin Saiter at the moment. See who else is quick. So Schobner is the leader, the number 3 car. Just double check which is the 3 car. I think it's the white and blue car. Yep, that's our leader. So our leader's just coming out onto the main straight now, I believe. Yep, that's our leader, Schobner. By himself as he comes down through the A-main chicane. towards the Montec M. Zen Z. And up towards the Roche R. Car looking pretty good, pretty well balanced. Sometimes with these lower powered motors, it doesn't really expose any nastiness within the handling of a car. It just means that the car is nice and easy to drive around, cruise around with all the time.
Bringing the house down, 4.5 to go. Roll the shoulder in the front, car number 3 in the front. Roll the small mistake coming into the middle chicane.
4.5 minutes left to go with this run.
Rolling in the front. And we've got Ingo now in the front. Rolling in the 2.
Ingo Aretz has got himself to the front with the number 5 car. Just try and identify who that is. He should be moving fairly quickly. I think the 5 car is the blue car, which is the all blue coloured car. He's just gone through the Rochard now, and he's coming down towards the A-main chicane. There we go, that is our leader, Ingo Aretz. Gets himself to the front. This, of course, qualifying proper. Running around with Ingo Aretz at the minute. Just being joined up here, we did promise you a superstar driver. We couldn't find one, so we went and got Mark Stiles instead to have a chat with us. Hello, Mark. How's your day going?
Hi, James. Thanks very much for that.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah.
My day's going as typically my days tend to go. I was third in the last race I did.
We did notice.
Yeah.
It took you a while to to find your level.
Yeah, well, I had to wait for some other cars to drop out the race, didn't I, to move up to third. So.
Okay.
But yeah, I've had a bit of a mixed day today, to be honest. I was struggling. I can either make my car super easy to drive but not very fast, or reasonably quick but really hard to drive. So I'm trying to find a happy medium at the moment.
You kind of cannon in between the two. I think we were talking about this with Stuart earlier when he was up here, that it's a matter of finding a compromise. You can make the car really, really good in the high-speed stuff and very stable, and you tend to lose out a bit in some of the chicanes, of which there are many out there. Or you make a car that's really flickable and changes direction well in the chicanes, and it threatens to kill you as you go through the high-speed stuff.
Yeah, you're right, and I think you've got the added difficulty here with this particular type of carpet, the ETS carpet that we're running on here. It doesn't tend to give the car as much feel as you would get on a Prima Felt or a classic grey, what we would call a grey carpet. I think the tyres you run on this kind of carpet and the way that it makes the car feel, it kind of locks the car in, so it's difficult to actually judge how the car's behaving. It almost gets to a speed, and you're like, well, there doesn't really feel anything wrong with it, but I'm not sure what I need to do to make it better.
Yes, I know exactly what you mean. It's a very short pile carpet, isn't it? And it gives you, it masks a lot of problems, and it makes it quite difficult to identify where you're gaining and losing time on a car that feels good.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's difficult to get that if you're. It's a bit like if you were, I don't know, driving a real car as opposed to driving one on a computer game, I guess. If you're driving the real car, you're doing it by the seat of your pants a little bit, whereas on a computer game, you're just lacking that little bit of feedback that you need through your arse cheeks, I guess. And it's the same on this kind of carpet. Just for me, anyway. You may get a different viewpoint from other people, but I find I struggle to make the car feel how I like it to on this kind of carpet.
They don't move about very much, and there's no drift, is there? It always feels quite direct.
Yeah, and I think that's possibly a product of the tyres we run here. Typically we run what we call S-type foam, which is like a synthetic foam, which typically locks the car in. It will often make it feel like it's on rails, but it's not very progressive in the way it feels to drive. Whereas if you take a tyre like an A foam, like a classic pink magenta type foam.
As was run at the Worlds.
Yes, exactly, yeah. That tends to have a more progressive loss of grip. So when it starts to slide, you can feel what the car's doing a bit more. Whereas, yeah, with kind of S-type foam, it tends to be grip, 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 no grip at all. So, yeah, it does make things a bit tricky, but it's a personal preference thing, I guess. Some people will be happier with a car that's like that.
It's certainly, in my experience, as someone a bit lower down the field, when you get to run on like a synthetic foam, like an S-type foam or like a T-type foam, it probably opens the window in which the car works, and it will mask some problems in the car. But like you said, it gives you the issue of sometimes it doesn't let you identify the weak spots.
Yeah, that's right.
As well, and particularly when you get into qualifying proper. I mean, last run was not necessarily for you up towards the top heat, but it's sometimes the first opportunity you get to run with other cars at or around your pace, and it's not sometimes until you're on track with them that you realise where your car's weak, because as you said, it can feel quite good going around by itself.
Yep.
And then you get out there with another car that all of a sudden it goes through a corner at a rate you hadn't even comprehended, and yet your car felt absolutely fine through there, and it sort of recalibrates your brain as to...
I did actually have that in that last practice run I did. You know, as you rightly say, you try and, in a practice run, perhaps kind of position yourself somewhere on the track where you're a little bit behind or a little bit ahead of another car that you think you might be racing with, to try and determine where they're strong, where you're strong, where your car's lacking, where it's really good. And in that last run, I did actually find that my car was pretty good on the main straight and on the kind of left-hand side of the track as you're looking at it from the driver's stand, so it'll be the right-hand side from our camera view here. My car was quite strong, but then on the kind of left-hand side of the track as we're looking at it, particularly the kind of chicane that's just after that Red Bull banner on the wall, the entry to that I was really quite struggling to get the right line. I was having to put more steering inputs in than I would ideally like to get the car through that corner, whereas others seem to be able to nip through there a bit quicker than me. So that gave me a bit of direction on where I need to improve my car and what I need to do with it to make it better.
I think that's one of the things actually you've sort of inadvertently just touched on, because one of the keys to this stock class is efficiency. The more steering lock you have to use, the more speed you scrub off. And we were talking, okay, it was the modified class, but you could see like the difference between Vesse's car when we watched it, for instance, compared to your Neumann's car. Vesse's car looked fine, he was travelling on the same lines, but you could see his car visibly stopping and pausing in the middle of the corner, and quite often that's what you get when you start using more steering lock. It's taking all the right lines and driving exactly within the car. It's just if you're having to use more lock to get round, it's not as efficient, and that can be a problem again with that type of tyre that you mentioned earlier, with those synthetic tyres. If it's got too much grip, if it's too locked in, that it feels really nice. It's just not efficient.
Yeah, I mean it's interesting what you say there, and you are right. However, I watched Alex Hagberg's car in that last top heat of mod, and to me it looks like he's running a lot of steering lock on his car. It may be because the wheels on his car are white, but it did look like he had a fair amount of lock angle on his front wheels, particularly in the slow corners. But I think that may be an indication of the way you have to drive a car in modified these days, because they're very powerful. So what the very quick guys seem to do is kind of fire it into the corner, brake pretty hard, turn it hard, and then fire it out the corner. So I think if I was watching Alex's car earlier, and to be fair, his kind of tends to be smoother than most, but even his car seems to, the differential in speed between kind of when he's about to hit the brakes and actually when he's at the apex is quite large. He's kind of driving point to point on this track, which may be also indicative of the kind of track it is. As you alluded to earlier, it's all chicanes and 180 degree corners everywhere. There's not really any fast flowing stuff to it, so you're trying to really pick the shortest line and just get the car turned as quick as you can.
I think in conventional terms, a conventionally good 12th scale back when we ran bull diffs, you sort of in a hairpin it would almost form a U shape, and now you're almost taking a V.
Yeah,
you're going
exactly.
into a straight
Yeah.
line, hit the
Yeah.
brake, get the car to pivot, and fire it out again.
Yeah.
Certainly with modified, because you've got the power to do that. In the stock class that you're running this weekend, there's a little bit of conservation of momentum.
Yeah, and I think that style you mentioned with, almost like a V-shaped line in a corner as opposed to a U shape. Perhaps that's why we're seeing quite a few elite drivers from electric and nitro buggies have a go at 12 scale and take to it quite well. So we've got Jorn Neumann here. You've seen Mikhail Orlowski as well drive these cars, and they're incredibly quick with them. And I think it could be because of the way they drive, and it suits the way the cars are at the moment in 12 scale.
Yeah, and I guess classically 12 scale has been also about efficiency in terms of not having the power available for 8 minutes, and now of course duration's not really a concern for anybody.
That's right, yeah.
You're pretty much flat out for 8 minutes, so
Yeah.
what was a big powerful tool for a lot of people in the past, it's changed.
Yeah, it was once upon a time it was all about precision, smoothness, efficiency, whereas now it's just, 8 minutes of lighting it up and going as fast as you can and hanging on to it. So it is it's a different skill set that you need now compared to maybe 20, 25 years ago. But that's just a
I mean, back when the master of that class, back when David Spash's hair was naturally black. You mean?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I mean, Dave's still incredibly quick with a 12 scale car, and on his day he's as hard as anyone to beat. But he would probably be the first to admit that he's a much better driver in stock classes now than he is in modified, because in stock you can still utilise those skills of efficiency and precision and getting an efficient setup on the car, whereas his what he learnt that and the skills that gave him 3 world championships, or 4.5 depending on who you speak to, those kind of skills are, I think, slightly less applicable to modified racing these days in 12 scale, because Dave was obviously the master of making the batteries and the tyres last in the cars. He'd plod round for 7.5 minutes, and then when everyone else went flat, he'd still have 2 minutes of run time left in his car. So
yeah, and I think even nowadays, if you watch his car, if you were asked to pick a fast car out on the circuit, you wouldn't identify his car. It looks boring, almost going round, and it doesn't look like there's anything going on. We just watched James Cann actually recover from a bit of an accident. He was looking fairly promising earlier and seeded himself into the top of this heat, but he was sort of right up there in practice, and I think he's taken a leaf out of my book, and now it actually counts. It's kind of it's gone to his head a little bit.
Well, I think James has. When we arrived at the track yesterday, Steve Payne, Ollie Payne's dad, got hold of James's car and almost ripped it to pieces and rebuilt it for him. So when he put it down in practice this morning, it was nice and straight and nice and predictable, nice to drive, and he was going really well. But maybe he's hit one or two things, and it's not quite as good as it once was now.
No, I mean it looks a little bit leery, particularly when you come off the throttle, and I don't know if he's running a diff or a spool in that car. Looking at the way it's sort of rotating, I don't know. On sort of exit, it's kind of wanted to go back from where it's come from.
It does look like it has some kind of issue, because you saw it almost spin in a complete circle there, and I've seen it a couple of times as he comes across the start line before the timing loop onto the main straight. His car's completely spun and he's ended up facing the wrong way. So maybe he's got a bit of a peeling tyre or something, some other issue like that that's making it a little bit leery to drive.
Yeah, that doesn't look particularly comfortable. Certainly you wouldn't want a car like that. Oh, yeah, that's not going to help him either. He's just come down through the Montec M, coming back through the Zen Z, down the main straight up towards the Roche R that he goes through, and comes around and heads back to the A main chicane.
Maybe what I need to do is fill him full of beer tonight so that he relaxes a little bit tomorrow.
Yeah, it's always always a valid option for some of the Brits to go and have a few beers.
That used to be my secret weapon, drinking too much.
drink too much and have a bit of a hangover. So
I think it used to just make me not necessarily care so much, and it relaxed me and made me drive faster. But yeah, not anymore. My hangovers last for days now rather than a couple of hours. So.
Yeah, it's unfortunately when you get to our age, that's the problem, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, the list of people we used to be able to beat is ever growing. Unfortunately.
I've lost to all the best drivers in 12 scale.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I finished third to most of them.
Exactly. Yeah.
So, no, it's good, but I mean, you're back out on track later, aren't you? Only running the stock class this weekend, so giving yourself a little bit more time.
Yeah, I mean, I when I've done this event in the past, I've tended to do stock and modified, but this year I kind of sensed that the entry might not be as big as it has been in previous years because the World Championships we've had recently, and I just thought when I've tried to do two classes before, you almost shoot yourself in the foot because you leave yourself with too much to do with prepping two cars, trying to stay on top of the setup and how you drive them and everything else. So I thought I'd just give myself a slightly easier time of it this year and just do one class. And yeah, so far it's been all right.
Yeah, your cars looked pretty good out on the circuit. Like you said, you seem to be cannoning between something that's a little bit too aggressive or it's sort of a little bit too safe, and it's just trying to find that balance in the middle. And of course, the track's still evolving at the moment, isn't it?
I mean, I just need one more practice run, James.
And it was ever thus. We always need just one more run. One more run, I'll get it right. One more run.
We've not actually had a great deal of practice today. What have we had? We had 3 4-minute runs and an 8-minute run, didn't we?
And a lot of the 8-minute run was probably figuring out who else is in. Not maybe so much for the top, I guess, because you kind of ended up seeded in with the guys that you that you had all the way through the starting practice anyway.
Yeah,
but
certainly there's 1 or 2 guys. I think Vessa's moved up from the heat below into our heat. And there might be 1 other guy. Ben Vincent's moved down, I think. So
has he?
Yeah.
Really? We hadn't noticed.
Oh, had you not? Well,
no.
Could you not hear it?
Oh yeah. No, I think we did comment on it earlier. We did sort of question, why is Ben Vincent in this? Bang! That's why he's in this.
Have you mentioned on the live feed about what your recommendation to him was if he was going to come up and talk to you up on the tower?
What's that?
What you said?
If
Ben comes up and talks to you, James, he better wear a hard hat just in case he hits his head because he's hit everything else today.
Yeah, pretty much. That was the suggestion, I think, and the safe suggestion for him. Yeah, he's not had the greatest day.
And obviously we're being really sympathetic to him in the pits. He's pitting next to me. He's got Stephen Ollie Payne opposite him, and we've been quite relentless on him today. So.
Yeah, as always, it's positive encouragement, isn't it? That we feed with everybody. But that's a big part of not just 12 scale, but racing in general, isn't it? It's not it's not just about racing and the result. Always, of course, you want a good result, but there's the camaraderie element.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's for most people here. I would hope most of them would say that one of the main reasons they come to these events is because they get to meet people, socialise with their friends, and generally enjoy themselves. The racing and the competition's a big part of it, obviously, but it doesn't always go well. So you need something to fall back on to make it a worthwhile weekend, really.
Absolutely, and it's a nice change for a lot of people. You get to have some time away from your job of working with racing cars by going racing cars.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Yes. So for those of you not aware, Mark works for Mercedes Formula One team. So they're looking fairly smug at the moment.
Despite the fact I work for them, they're still quite good. So,
yes, I know. It's taken you a while to sort of drag their level down.
Yeah. I managed to drag the Renault team down to a pretty low level by the time I left there. But I've been at Merck a couple of years now, and I don't seem to have been able to have much of an effect there, which is obviously good. But
no, it looks pretty promising so far from testing.
Yeah, it's you can never really tell for sure where things stand, and I think it'll be a few races into the season before the pecking order is fully uncovered. But yeah, I think the race team at Merck were pleasantly surprised when we rolled the car out the pit garage on the first day of winter testing, and straight away it was nicely balanced and setting fast lap times. So that's it's always a bit of a relief, because you're never quite sure. You think you've done the best job you can, but till it hits the track, you can never be sure, really. So.
And personally, you were quite relieved that the rear brakes didn't catch fire?
Yeah, not on track they haven't. Yeah, we've had a few issues on our test rigs with them, but so I've had a few late nights and long hours to work the last few weeks. But yeah, we'd rather find issues and problems in testing and on a test rig than in a race situation, really. So that's why everything gets tested to breaking point, so that we know where the limit is. So yeah, a lot of people think that when the cars roll out for pre-season testing in Formula One, that's the first time they've seen any action, so to speak. But in reality, the gearboxes and engines and suspension have all been tested quite literally to death on a rig before they break cover. So and it's the reason that all happens is because we have very limited track testing we can actually do these days, and if you've got a reliable racing car, it can score points for you, whereas if it's parked at the side of the track, you're not going to score. So there's a very big emphasis with all F1 teams now, but particularly with Mercedes, on having a reliable car. And yeah, thankfully, despite my frequent intervention, we've managed to keep some decent reliability in the car the last few years. So.
But that also carries across, sort of going back to 12 scale and racing in general, I guess, in terms of the preparation and making sure that something's right when it goes out on the track.
Yeah, you just, it doesn't matter whether it's an RC car or a full-size racing car. When you're doing your job on it, whether it's preparing the whole car like we do with an RC car, or just designing a few bits and assemblies for an F1 car, you want to do your bit as best you can, and there's a big emphasis placed on attention to detail and covering all the bases and just checking and double and triple checking everything. And yeah, you're right, that kind of approach, that psychology translates into RC cars as well. How many times have we all been sat waiting to go out for a qualifying run in 12 scale, and you think, do you know what, I'll just check to make sure all the screws are tight and the pinion's done up and everything's as it should be. And I'm sure there's people that don't have that kind of mentality towards it, and they're the ones that you tend to see have mechanical breakdowns in the races.
I know certainly I feel that, I have beaten and I still do beat people that are a lot better drivers than me, purely because the car's well prepped when it goes out and is consistent, absolutely, and does the same thing. It's something predictable to drive. Yeah,
and also it's worth mentioning, you'd be perhaps surprised how stuff translates the other way as well, because I work in the design office at Mercedes, and I've encountered many design engineers over the years that have got really quite limited experience from a practical perspective. So the experience I've got from preparing and racing RC cars has actually been quite useful to me in my career and my job, because I know what a tight bolt feels like, and I know when something looks right and when something's straight, and that kind of thing, that kind of feeling you get for working on cars is just as applicable to a 12 scale car as it is a full-size racing car, really.
It is actually surprising. I mean, looking at young drivers coming into the hobby, as a sort of bit of a spin on that, is like how much sort of mechanical sympathy and like engineering knowledge that they build up really without thinking about it.
Absolutely,
almost.
Yeah, yep.
So it's something that's actually really good, and it's sort of an unintended consequence of it. And even things that seem stupid, like the maths with working out rollouts and stuff like that. It's put in a practical application to something, and there's quite a lot of learning involved.
Yeah, and also, when it comes to doing the kind of job that I do, RC cars teaches you a lot about the terminology and the kind of language that's used when you're describing things. So, you know, if you race an electric touring car, you know what a steering block or an upright looks like. You know roughly what a wishbone is and what it does and that kind of thing. Whereas to a lot of people, you know, that's completely alien to them. But by racing RC cars, kids will pick up that kind of knowledge and experience, as you say, without really realising it. Which is, I mean, I've always said that my RC car racing has been very influential on my choice of career and subsequent career path, really. It's been a great help to me. And I carry on doing it because it's what my friends do and I'm reasonably good when I get it together.
Yeah. No, it is good to see, and you know, good to see new people coming in and learning and constantly getting better. And we were having a bit of a chat with Lewis Parker earlier, and we saw, you know, he made the A main last year at the Huddy Arena, and he just missed out on the A final at the Worlds. And we've noticed in the UK really that someone like Lewis's pace has always been there, hasn't it? It's just the consistency that's starting to build as his data bank of knowledge builds, and it's sort of that's becoming more consistently accessible to him.
Yeah, I think if you were to go back a couple of years, Lewis was someone that was showing a lot of promise. It was obvious that he had the knack of driving the cars, and when he got it together, it could go quite well. But at times he was a little bit inconsistent, prone to crashing as well. Whereas now we rock up to a BRCA National or an event like this, and he's straight on it. Every run he's up there and he knows what he's doing.
And we saw it a few years ago with Ollie Payne as well, didn't we?
Absolutely.
That, you sort of saw the same thing. I mean, I can remember the days just when I used to be able to beat him. I mean, I think it was one of the. I think it was the national that we did at Milton Keynes in 2016. I think, and there was like a bit of the video of me lapping Ollie Payne. I mean, me lapping Ollie Payne now. That ain't going to happen.
I mean,
so
sometimes it's all I can do not to be lapped by him.
Well, exactly. It's just one of those things, and as we said earlier, that list of people you used to be able to beat is constantly growing and evolving all the time.
Yeah.
And it's good. I mean, you always try and help. I don't think there's anybody that you'd ever turn down helping. And it's one of the things that comes out of these European events and like the Worlds. It's not just about sort of inter-team and within your own team, is it? It's a whole
kind of collaborate, because you come to an event like this, and you know, the last thing you want to see is someone that's not enjoying themselves, that has a bad time of it, because chances are if that happens, they won't come back next time. And it's, you know, these events, they're not just about the guys that are making A finals and winning them. You know, without everyone here, you don't have an event. So the people that are coming for perhaps the first time and are going to be in the bottom 2 or 3 heats, you need to keep them coming back and keep their interest if you can, because they make it an event, but also one of those could end up being the next Ollie Payne in years to come. So yeah, RC events generally are very good for generating a collaborative atmosphere. We all try and help each other out a little bit, and you know, I'd be lying if I said that if I'm trying to help someone, it doesn't really matter what car they're running. However, if they're running the same car as me, then I can give them better help, and I'm more in a position to tell them everything I know. Whereas I guess if you're trying to help out someone you see as a potential competitor, you're always going to hold a little bit back, which is the nature of competition, I guess.
That's natural. You're not going to actively obstruct them, but you're probably going to leave them to join some of the dots themselves.
Yeah, exactly. You know, it's an example would be, you know, someone could ask me what tyres I'm running, and if that person was running the same car as me, and was on the same team as me, I'd tell them what compound of tyre I was running, but I'd also tell them what diameters I was running, how I was preparing them. Whereas if it was someone from another team that asked me what tyres I'm running, I'd tell them, but I'd tell them the compound, and that's it, you know, because that's all they've asked me at the end of the day.
Yeah, so you're answering the question that's asked.
Exactly, yeah.
With them. But
Who have we got in this next race then?
who have we got in this race? Heat number 5, we have got Michael Holler, Niels de Greiser, Olivier Pierrat, Sasha Lennart, Heinz de Wald, Mark Jordan, Yukamati Hekala, Lee Moss, and Christophe Maison, or Chris House.
Yeah, I think I came up with that one, Christophe Maison.
Yeah, it's one of your better moments.
Yeah. So we've got Lee Moss, or as we call him, Moss Lee, in this race, because whenever he enters an RC event, he seems to put the wrong names in the first and last name boxes when he enters. So
No, he's down correctly this time.
is he? Yeah,
He
it's
is.
not always the case. So I think
Holler.
Lee dropped out of the first run, so it's.
Well, this is the first
Oh, this
run.
is the first qualifier.
This
yeah.
is the first
Dropped
qualifier
out of his
proper.
last practice run, so we'll see how he gets on this time.
No.
And there's, what do you say, Mark Jordan's in this as well.
Mark
yeah.
Jordan's out there as well. Yeah,
That's
from the
interesting because Mark Jordan is a bit of a 12 scale stalwart. He's been around for a long time, but I've not seen him at any race meetings in the UK for a number of years now, and I think he's literally almost just come back into it the last few months, and now he's at European Championship.
Well, it's the last few weeks, really.
Yeah.
I mean, Barley Moe National a couple of weeks ago, I think I spoke to him, and he turned up there on the Sunday, and I think he said he got the car on the Friday, built it, and that was the first meeting he'd done since, I think he said it was 2016.
Oh, there you go.
So, Mark, an electronics engineer, actually, Mark Jordan, he came up with the RC Dynamics booster. It's kind of fallen out of favour a little bit now, as most of the speed controllers have got built-in voltage boosters for this class. But
Yeah. So if you don't know, when this class first went to LiPo, lithium polymer batteries, we were trying to run them using speed controllers that were designed for higher voltage. So you had to put a little electronic gizmo in your car to boost the voltage to power the radio. And Mark, as James has just said, Mark's an electronics engineer, and he designed and had manufactured a load of these little voltage boosters that were smaller and lighter than anything else you could buy off the shelf. So I think if there was a time where you could go to a UK national event for 12 scale, and I'd probably say at least 90% of the cars would have one of his boosters in it. So.
Well, it was the first one that was specific for 12 scale cars. Most of the other stuff were sort of converted aircraft stuff that were absolutely massive in comparison. So they could deliver a lot more current, but they didn't need to be able to deliver that current to the receiver to power the servo. Yeah, so Mark came up really with the first bespoke design really for the class. So good to see him back and out there and racing. Let's see who is quick out there at the moment. Number 2 car of De Greiser. Let's see if we can spot him out there. I think he's the pink-coloured car. He is. He's just coming down through the Rochard. He's chasing down the 6 car of... the 6 car is Mark Jordan, so he's just come past Mark Jordan. De Greiser leading this one through the Rochard. Car looking nicely balanced as he comes through the A-main chicane.
Not sure about the colour on that one.
No, through the Montec M.
Baby pink's not my thing, really.
Through the Zen Z. No, I've got a pair of socks that colour that after I washed them with a red shirt, I think. That's...
Mind you, it's a better choice of colour because at least you can see that one. There's another car on the track. I'm not sure who's driving it, but it's got a yellow nose and a grey tail on it. And the tail of that car, I think it's car 9. Who's driving car 9?
Car 9, yeah, is no, that's Chris. It's not Chris House's car.
No, it's this one just coming through the bus stop.
Yeah,
now.
I can see it. Let's wait until he crosses the line.
Well, I'm surprised you can see it because what I was about to say was the tail end of that car is almost exactly the same colour as the carpet.
It is. So. It's Chris House's car.
Is it Chris House?
It is Chris House.
Oh, I'll have to go and have a word with him.
It's he's running stealth. It's carpet grey.
Yeah, maybe he's done it on purpose so that when he fires someone off the track, they can't see.
They can't identify who it was.
Exactly,
he's flying under the radar.
A ghost car. Yeah, it's an interesting thing actually. I've always tried to have brightly coloured cars. So if I run what we call a practice body, it'll always be white or fluorescent yellow, and my race paint has got a lot of white in it, and it's got bright red on as well, and that really is because I want to be able to see it on the track.
Well, it's interesting you say that. We were talking about this earlier with Stuart Cartwright when he came up, and we sort of got into psychology and what he'd brought from golf. with him. And we were saying about when you're running race paint, it's a very visual thing for a driver, and it's almost like a racing driver's helmet that identifies them. And there's the tale about whenever in the late 80s, whenever a driver saw that red and white McLaren behind him with the yellow helmet and centre in it, they almost fell off the circuit out of fear almost.
Yeah, it's the same here. If I was racing modified today and I was in the top heat, I'd be driving round, and if I saw the fluorescent green and white car approaching me, I'd know exactly who was driving it, and I'd know that I'd need to get out of the way pretty quick, because I'm not going to be able to live with him. And so it's the same kind of psychology in RC. And as much as being a psychological thing, it's also useful information, because a lot of us race against or with each other fairly regularly, and it actually helps if people stick with the same colour body shell, because you know who you're racing against then. So if you're racing another car on the track, if it's a body shell colour or paint scheme that you recognise, you might decide to change your approach to racing that person depending on who it is slightly, or you
build
might
up
know
a level of trust in people,
exactly,
don't you? And how hard you can race them, and whether you want to be immediately in front of someone, or whether you're comfortable and you know that there's someone behind you can trust. It puts you at ease, and you know that you're not going to fire each other off the track, and that you're able to have a good close fight with them.
Yeah, that's right.
To get around the track. Still running with the 2 car of De Greiser. Pierrat's got himself up into the lead. I know his car because weirdly it's or Pierrat was running.
I was going to say, it's plain white now. Doesn't have the Union Jack anymore.
No, that was a shell that he had for the Worlds, but Pierrat is just coming out onto the main straight now, the all-white coloured car. It's just gone down the main straight. There we go. That is our leader, Olivier Pierrat. Just coming towards the end of heat number 5. Pierrat leading this one by, what's he got? About 4.5 seconds on Chris House up into second. Chris making some good progress from the back with his stealth car.
Just watching Olivier's car, actually, it looks fairly benign and safe, but he's driving it quite consistently. He's not taking any undue risks there. It's quite a good approach to take, really. If you've got a car that's easy to drive, it's, like I say, it looks like it's a little bit safe, but it's probably the best thing for a driver of his level, because he can just concentrate on getting it round without hitting anything. I think I've watched him for 5 laps now, and he's not touched a single board.
His car looks like what you always tell me my car and Nigel Hale's car look like.
Yeah.
Without the crashing that without the crashing that I inevitably put in at some point.
Yeah, you'd have crashed by now, James.
I know.
That's a given, that is.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
No, I'd have got myself into a good position first, though.
Yeah. Yeah, for any of you that aren't aware, James is the best in the world at talking himself out of getting a good race result. He could have the best car in the race, be starting on pole position, and somehow he'll find a way not to win.
Yeah, absolutely. It's my signature move.
Yeah, but it looks like Olivier's got, what's he got, 3 seconds on Christophe Maison at the moment?
Yeah, it's 3.1 seconds.
10 seconds to go, so unless he stacks it now, I think he's going to take this one.
Yeah, he should do. It's taken a little while for it to update, because obviously Oliver started off first and Chris started off 9th. Yeah. So there's 6 seconds between them, so pretty much half a lap.
Yeah.
Or just over half a lap at this point. Just under half a lap, 6 seconds at this point. But that is the conclusion of heat number 5. So we're just getting ready to go into heat number 6. You're out in, what are you?
Yeah, I'm going to need to shoot off and do my tyres in a minute.
Yeah, no, thank you for
heat 8.
For joining us. You're heat number 8, yes. Yeah. So we're a little bit condensed, and then after heat 8 there is about half-hour break, I think, before we go into modified and see out the day.
Yeah, see, if I'd known there was going to be a half-hour break between the classes, I could have raced modified as well. But yeah.
Yeah, it's. I think that was sort of put in. There's definitely some people on the entry list that haven't. That's a good start, Rob Jackson. That's a great move. That's a very Rob Jackson effort.
He's in the shark penlet.
Yeah, no, he's popped himself in there already. So Stuart Cartwright, Andreas Reiferschied, Dave Sedgwick, Gavin Clinch, Niels Meurs, Rob Jackson, Riccardo Ferretti, Tony Wade and Tom Adams.
There's a few Brits in this one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, we've got a 50% chance of winning then. Let's see how this goes.
Yeah, we'll see. However, one of those is Gavin Clinch.
Well, yeah, I'm sure.
Gavin rivals me on the ability to take a good car and not get a result from it.
Yeah, but Gavin also seems to be one of the guys who finds all the bad luck as well. He's known for leading 7 minutes and 55 seconds of a race and then getting drilled by a back marker as he's coming across the finish line. So.
Yeah, I think are you getting to the time where you need to do your front tyres?
Yeah, when this race starts, I'll head off, I think.
Okay, so just waiting for everybody to go off. So Stu Cartwright gonna lead away, and he'll be keeping an eye out on. I think Dave Sedgwick gave him a bit of a fright because Stuart led away and from the start, and no one came past him. And I think he got a bit spooked at 2 minutes when Dave Sedgwick got called out in front of him. Stu seems to have taken a leaf out of Chris House's painting book.
Oh,
It's got a little bit more white in it, but also trying to fly under the radar and go a bit stealth.
Right, I'm going to head off now, James.
Yeah, okay. Thank you for your time, Mark.
I'll come back maybe a bit later or tomorrow and
no
talk some
problem.
more rubbish with you.
Brilliant. Cheers.
See you later.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Stuart Cartwright leads away then.
4, 5, 6,
Up through the Rochard for the first time.
9,
Through the A main chicane. Down towards the Montec M. Back through the Zen Z. It's always a relief when you get that first lap out of the way without crashing. Just build into it. Run away quite nicely at the front. Andreas Reiferschiet has got himself in front. He's one car back. Let's move the focus back one car, the white and blue car. That's Andreas Reiferschiet. He has got himself in front of Stu on the split. Stu's going to be aware of him and kind of wondering, it's like, oh, you're not quite close enough to let him go yet. Stuart will be trying desperately to get away from Andreas. Andreas will be wanting to get past. Definitely less than a second between them. Kind of these two, sort of some collaboration. I mean, Stuart's not holding Andreas up, got to stress that. But Andreas looks like he could be slightly quicker, but there's no real spot yet where he's caught him. Gavin Clinch gets out of the way of the pair of them. Stuart throws it off the track. Right, so Reiferschiet is to the front now on the track as well as on the clock. Andreas Reiferschiet leading this one, and he's closing in on some more traffic. Who is that? He is closing in on the car of... Is that Tony? No, it's not Tony Wade that he's catching. Just trying to identify. He's fired his way through the traffic, so he's carved his way there. Stu Cartwright giving chase. We mentioned this earlier as well, that Stu probably feeling that now he's behind, he could be quicker. So Stu trying to give chase to Andreas. Stu's still running second despite that off, costing him a couple of seconds. He is some 1.8 seconds back. And a mistake there. Stu Cartwright still running it in second. We're running with the leader, Andreas Reiferschiet. Gap now up to 5 seconds. Reiferschiet still leading at the moment from Stu Cartwright. Dave Sedgwick's got himself up into third place. There's no real close battles going out on track. We'll stick with the leader for the moment. Andreas Reiferschiet is still leading this one and has done pretty much since the start. Stu Cartwright led away. Andreas did a pretty quick lap in behind him and got himself in front on the split, if not on the track. Stuart then made a bit of a mistake. Local track for Andreas. Of course, it is a fresh carpet here. So no real advantage for anybody to speak of. Reifenscheit still leading this one by around 6 seconds. So that's the best part of half a lap. Andreas stamping his authority on the meeting so far. Reifenscheit still leading from Stu Cartwright. Pretty comfortable. Anybody else making a move? There's not really anybody else out there travelling particularly quickly that we can pick up. Stu Cartwright starting to come back now at Reifenscheit. He's got the gap down to 5 seconds. Could be something to do with a little bit of the traffic. Of course, Reifenscheit's now through the traffic. So Reifenscheit's popped out of the traffic. Stu Cartwright's going to have to make his way through it. So we did see that gap come down. It may well go back up now. Rob Jackson's got himself up into 3rd place, but still leading with Andreas Reifenscheit at the moment. Rob Jackson just off camera, just seen him have a crash, so he's going to drop down from 3rd place. Reifenscheit closing in on traffic. They get out of his way very nicely. Dave Sedgwick back up into 3rd. So Reifenscheit, Cartwright, Sedgwick. Top 3 at the moment. We are running with Andreas Reifenscheit, our leader. Has been leading pretty much since lap 1, certainly on the clock, if not on the track itself. Stu Cartwright was running right with him, then made a bit of a mistake. It's dropped him some 5 seconds back. It's ebbed and flowed a bit as they've worked their way through the traffic. As Andreas has caught it, Stuart's closed that gap down. Andreas has managed to get free of it, and Stuart's then caught that traffic and the gap's gone back out again. It's pretty much that 5 seconds. So that mistake from Stuart Cartwright, really the only thing to separate them at the minute. Some heart to be taken from that for both of them, probably. Reifenscheit leading, and he is closing in on Gavin Clinch to put another lap into him. Gavin not having the best day by his own admission. He's very experienced, 30 seconds. Oh, Andreas makes a mistake. It's not going to cost him the lead by any means. In order to beat him, Stu Cartwright would actually have to pass him on the track and then get 1 second away. And Stu's not even caught him up yet. 4 seconds between them.
8, 4, 7, 9, time
Andreas Reifenschied takes that then from Stu Cartwright and Dave Sedgwick.
minutes to start. Start.
It's a fairly impressive looking impact there for someone.
Probably simply by engineering. One minute to start, 1 minute.
Mark Jewett going to lead this one away from Rico Clays, Morgan Williams, Ian Burkhart, Ben Vincent with his sandbags, Neil Diver, Jacques Liebhardt and Dave Soysters.
30 seconds to start. Start. Order. Cut. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Cut. 1,
Mark Jewett leads away then,
4,
down the main straight for the first time.
6, 7.
Now qualifying proper started. You really don't want to do that and make a mistake and put yourself under pressure straight away. He's been let off the hook though, Rico Clays having made a mistake. Really bad start for Rico Clays. And Morgan, what are you doing? So Morgan crashes behind him, and Mark Jewett actually, despite making a mistake on lap 1, ends up with a huge lead. Mark Jewett then, in fact Ian Burkhart with the 4 car is running in second place at the moment.
Qualifying round now. No good. That's it. 30 second oldest race.
So 30 seconds into the run.
Vincent out of the gate. Fastest car.
Ben Vincent has discarded the sandbags and has picked up the pace. He is just coming out onto the main straight now, the number 5 car. Let's run with him. He's just going through the Rochard by himself. There's our leader, Ben Vincent.
Both races between Ben Vincent and Mark Hewitt. 8/10 of the second after 5 laps.
Ben closing in on the rear of Mark Jewett. Let's see as they cross the line. Jewett going to the front each time they cross the line, then Vincent moving up. Vincent some 2.3 seconds down the road at the moment, although he started out behind Mark Jewett. So Mark Jewett hasn't actually been passed on track yet by Ben Vincent. These two both very experienced drivers at the UK Nationals. They will know whose car is who. Of course, Ben doesn't actually need to pass Mark on track. Oh, that was really unfortunate. So Ben just launched the car through the middle of the Montec M.
6 minutes to drive.
Just fired it straight into barrier. And Ben's starting to get himself going again. That's put Jewett back to the front. Vincent still running in second. The gap between them 7/10 now. Despite that accident then, Ben Vincent still running in second. He's running through Neil Diver. I think he owes Neil a beer after that one. No one's fault really. I think Neil tried to get out of his way and let him go, and I think Ben, the red mist maybe descended. He knows he can't afford to drop any time. Ben would have probably been hoping to get himself seeded into the top heat. We're running with him at the moment. It's not gone ideally for him. Jewett leading at the moment. Let's see where Vincent is in comparison to him. Ben Vincent is about 3/10 back. And another mistake there from Ben. So he was starting to pile the pressure onto Jewett and got himself within 3/10 of him. Let's pick up Mark Jewett now. He's running around by himself. He's just about to come down through the Montec M. Here we go, out onto the main straight for Mark Jewett. We'll keep an eye on where Ben Vincent is relative to him, but this is our leader at the moment. And the story is Mark Jewett has been doing his thing. He's been, for want of a better term, plodding around and just keep on pumping in the consistent laps. We've had Ben Vincent looking very, very quick, and then every time he gets within sniffing distance, he has been throwing it off the circuit. Oh, and as we say, that's a mistake there from Mark Jewett as well. Let's see what that's done to the gap this time round. Jewett's crossed the line. Let's see what happens when Vincent crosses the line. Vincent's just crossed the line and actually goes to the top with that mistake from Mark Jewett. So Ben Vincent now leading this one. Let's stick with Jewett for a little bit. Ben Vincent leading by about 9/10. Jewett moves back to the top until Ben crosses the line. Gap between them is about 1.5 seconds. Ben Vincent leading at the moment. He's got about 1.5 seconds in his pocket. He'll be cursing himself, though, because it's not just the other drivers in this heat he needs to worry about. Neil Diver getting out of the way there of Mark Jewett. It's not just the drivers in this heat that he needs to worry about. It's also all of the other drivers in the top heat where he would have hoped to have got himself seeded. He'll be looking to get some top 10 runs in. There are only 8 cars in the top heat. So automatically that means that there are 2 spots available in the A final. Each final being 10 cars, of course. So just seen off camera, Ben Vincent's had another coming together with Neil Diver. Didn't quite see what happened there, but a bit of friendly fire between the 2 Brits. Jewett back to the front. We're waiting for Vincent to come around. Vincent still running in second. Jewett leading from Ben Vincent. Let's see, Jewett's got the lead on this one. Let's see what the gap is back to Ben Vincent. It's about 9/10 of a second at the minute. Ben Vincent back on the charge. See if he can close that down. Where are we now? Still 9/10 that time round. Running with Mark Jewett. Clear track in front of him with 2 minutes to go. This has actually been quite a gripping race without the cars being next to each other on the track. We've seen Ben Vincent probably be the faster of the 2, and I'm sure even Mark Jewett will admit that himself, that Ben has been probably the quicker of the 2 drivers, but Ben has kept on making mistakes, which really has not helped his cause at all. Jewett still leading that one. 1 minute 45 to go. No cars in front of him on the track. No cars in front of Ben Vincent. They've both got a clear track. They are just going at it hammer and tongs at the moment. Ben Vincent back to the front now by about 0.2 of a second. Let's... Oh, Ben. Ben's just off camera just as I said that Ben had got himself back to the front. He made a mistake right in the middle of the A-main chicane. I was just going to suggest that we flick back to him to pick him up as he'd taken the lead. And it's... He made that critical error. He can't actually hear me. He probably wishes he could, but yeah, he's just made a fairly critical mistake right at the moment that he'd taken the lead back. So that has let Mark Jewett, who we're running with at the moment, off of the hook as we go into the final minute. Ben Vincent still running second, despite all of his tribulations so far. Gap now is, what have we got with 30 seconds to go? The gap is
30 seconds to drive.
about 2 seconds between Jewett and Vincent. 1.3 seconds, 20 seconds to go. Ben's made another mistake off camera, off shot. Mark Jewett is just cruising around at the moment. So I think we're going to have to go and find Ben Vincent in a moment and give him some more abuse, as Mark alluded to earlier.
Still 2 guys missing over the loop. Keep on racing, guys. Or 8, car 6 is still on a hot lap. Keep on racing, guys. Don't hold them up.
8.
Everyone just coming in to finish. So Mark Jewett gets that in the end by 1.8 seconds from Ben Vincent, but I think Ben will be going through his list of results, and that's definitely going to be a shoulda, woulda, coulda from Ben.
About 30 minutes break after this one. Think for the butt, guys. Getting ready.
Two minutes to start. Start. Order. Car. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
To 1 minute 40 seconds to start. 140.
Ready for the top heat to go. So Alex Laurent will lead away from Lewis Parker, Marcus Mobers, Jorn Neumann, Hupo Honigel, Vesey Lee, Max Mackler and Mark Stiles.
This time Louis Parker trying the same thing. 1 minute 10 seconds to start. 110.
Everybody just forming up to the line. After this run, we're going to have a break of around half an hour, I believe, until the modified class come on for the final 3 runs of the day. Let's just check the time schedule.
30 seconds to start. Start. Order. Car. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Quite amusing with these guys. You can see the line that they want to be on. They're queued up line astern. 1, 2, 3. Alex Laurent leading away.
4.
There we go. No one wanting to be offline.
Car. 1, 2,
Laurent leads off
4, 5,
from Lewis Parker and Marcus Mobers.
7.
Jorn Neumann was the man on the move last time out. It's these guys we will expect the TQ man to come from.
See what's in it because now we're racing qualified. To make a TQ with the A lane, you have to be fast. Now, in this group, there will be an advantage.
Lewis Parker started quick and has got himself in front of Alex Laurent on the split. Let's move our focus back 1 car then to Lewis Parker. There we go. That is our leader after a couple of laps, and I've just seen out of shot, I think Jorn Neumann make a mistake as well. That could be the break that Lewis Parker needs. Oh, Lewis, just as I said that, flips it over on the way through the Montec M, just clips the dot in the middle. And he was saying when we were having a chat with him earlier how vicious some of those dots are. That's dropped him back behind Marcus Mobers on the track. Let's see, is Marcus actually leading? Let's have a look. Let's see as it updates as everybody goes round. Mark Stiles had just got himself up into third and then obviously made a mistake and dropped down to the tail of the field. So it's Mobers from Laurent from Hoopo. Marcus Mobers leading at the moment then. That is the green and white car. He's one car in front of us. Now Lewis looks like he's quicker than him, but of course Lewis is now behind him on the clock as well as on the track. So Marcus won't really be desperate to get out of Lewis's way unless an opportunity presents itself. Lewis looking for a way past if he can find it. Mober's still leading this one. It's a bit of a weird sensation actually, that when you're leading and you know that you're the quickest car in the heat, and all of a sudden you've got someone right with you, and Marcus looks like he just edged a little bit of a gap over Lewis. When someone's right on you, it tends to make you a bit defensive. Having said that, Lewis has just driven straight back into that gap again. Lewis definitely looking like he's faster than Marcus. And Lewis, in his haste to get past, he has just caught the Montec M again. It's not going particularly well for him, that corner. Let's see if we can get back to Mobers. I've just seen your Neumann make another mistake, actually, out of the corner of my eye. Let's see if we can pick up Mobers. Lewis has made another mistake there as he went through the Rochard. Mobers is just coming onto the main straight now, the green and white car. Down the main straight. So Marcus Mobers teaching the rest of the 12 scale guys a bit of an important lesson, that it's not just outright pace, although he's very quick himself. It is all about consistency. And we've had Lewis Parker and your Neumann both looking faster, and both throwing it off the track. Mobers has a bit of a moment coming past. That was Lewis, actually, who was just rejoining the track after an accident. Started out very, very promising for Lewis, and unfortunately it's not turned out that well. One mistake sort of bred another. Not really flowed particularly well for him. Laurent now back to the front. Let's find Alex Laurent. He's the number 1 car. He is just going through the Montec M now. The white and blue coloured car down the main straight. Yellow, white and blue. There we go. He's just come through the A-main chicane. Back through the Montec M. Down the ZenZ. And out for the Roche R. Alex's car maintaining a lot of corner speed. He's trying to close in on the car of Mark Stiles, who has got himself back up into 4th position at the moment. I can see where this is going to end up. Laurent trying to chase down Stiles. Stiles mounting a recovery drive himself. The pair of them closing in on the back of Vesser. Three tenths of a second between Alex Laurent, the car we're running with, and Marcus Mobers in 2nd place. This could change though, because Alex Laurent has got some traffic that he's got to deal with. Marcus Mobers hasn't. There's 2 and a bit minutes to go. Vesser's very, very nice to Alex and gets out of the way. Stiles actually looks like he may be lapping quick enough to just keep himself out of the reaches of Alex Laurent. See if Alex closes him down at all. Seeing what your Neumann's on at the moment. Alright, Jorn's only about 8 tenths off, so there's like 2 tenths between Laurent and Mobers, and Neumann's bringing himself back into this. So your Neumann, after his earlier mistakes, he's showing that he's got some fairly serious pace. with less than 2 minutes to go.
We got 6:10 between number 1 and number 3 in this race. 6/10 of a second.
6/10 of a second. I've got a feeling Jorn Neumann's got himself up into second. Let's see if we can find the all-white car. He's just about to go through the A-main chicane now. This is Jorn Neumann. He has mounted a bit of a recovery drive. He dropped down the field earlier. Let's have a look. Neumann is second, and it's 8/10 behind Marcus Mobers. He's got clear track in front of him, and he doesn't look like he's about to catch anybody in the next minute and 20 seconds, particularly. Jorn Neumann still second, and the gap now, it's still about that 8/10. Mobers still leading this one then from Laurent going to the front. Mobers back to the front. Neumann in the gap, still 8/10. 1 minute to go. We're running with Jorn Neumann. Laurent, Mobers back to the front. Neumann back to second. 7/10. Mobers to the front, Neumann. Let's see what he's got the gap down to. It's still, it's about 9/10 now. It's about 8/10 actually on the split. Really close. Running with Neumann. He's got 7/10, 20 seconds to go. One mistake from them. I'm keeping an eye on where Marcus is as well. Marcus has got himself a clear track. I think Marcus is just going to hang on. It's going to take some stunning last couple of laps from Jorn Neumann, who we're running with. Marcus Mobers still leading this one. Let's see what the gap is as they cross the line. Mobers has done it, and Mobers has done it by about 5.5 from Jorn Neumann. It's a great recovery drive there from Jorn Neumann to get himself back somewhere near the front of the pack. That is really, really close. Getting themselves back to the front. Meanwhile, that is the end of the stock class. We are set to go for modified in about half an hour. So we've got about half an hour before we come back for the last 3 races. Thrilling conclusion to that. Marcus Mobers taking the first round by about half a second in the end from Jorn Neumann. Jorn charging very, very hard. Marcus will be relieved with that. Exactly what he wanted. See what that's done to the overall rankings. So just checking if we can on the overall. Is it updated yet for... Let's have a look. So after round 1, Marcus Mobers has set the quickest time from Jorn Neumann, Alex Laurent, Hupo Honigel, Mark Stiles, Vesey Lee, Max Mackler, Andreas Reifenschiet with his run in the previous heat. Got himself up there. Mark Jewett in the top 10. And so is Ben Vincent somehow. So... we are going off air, and we will be back in time for the last modified heats to round out the day. Joining us back now for heat number 9. Last 3 modified runs, last track action of the day. So around half an hour left. Welcome to you if you are just joining us here on RC Racing TV. We are bringing you live coverage of the EFRA 112th Track European Championships this weekend from Racing Arena Limburg in Sittard in the Netherlands. I'd like to thank our event sponsors, A-Main Hobbies, Roche, Zen Racing and Montec for helping us to bring you this coverage.
Seconds to start.
30 seconds to go. Stefan Lemperriere will lead us away.
5, 6, 7.
Stefan Lemperriere, Riccardo Ferretti, Jean-Michel Varinard, Tuka Tianen, Stefan Huys, Jonathan Miller and Mario Neri.
9, 8.
We're being joined by a guest, I believe. We have Ben Vincent with us. Hello, Ben.
Hi, you right?
Yeah, did you hit anything on your way up?
Thank you.
Would be a first for this weekend. Yeah, how's it going?
Okay. Car round on round's getting better. Not me. But we're getting there. Set up firstly this morning was horrendous for me. Didn't work. We changed quite a lot of the car. The last meeting we had, you were there. In Newcastle was a low grip track. We've made some changes to get it to work, and here they've not done me any favours.
No, I mean your car's it has looked very quick, but it's looked a little bit on edge. And I think sort of having watched your driving over the past couple of years, I think I think you'd agree you're a little bit less adaptable to a car that's not quite right. You can be very, very quick, but you need a car that's absolutely on it and hooked up and on rails to get the best out of it.
Yeah, and unfortunately for me, my driving style is different to quite a few people I race against. They generally like more steering than I do, which is something since the World Championships I'm trying to adapt to, but it's not easy when you're raced a certain way. We're getting there, moving forward.
It takes time, doesn't it, to unpick what feels natural. When you start thinking about what you're doing, you end up being a little bit slower because of it, and it's quite difficult to press through that.
The initial problem I have is I generally race with what most people would call understeer. So I'm turning before a corner, so I know on the corner entry if my corner's wrong. The best thing about that is I have the perfect amount of steering if I get it right. The issue being if I get it wrong, correcting it, they don't have enough steering. So that's why, when I'm running with more steerings, I forget myself, if you wish, get used to old habits, turn in, and then the car jumps in, you're thinking, oh no.
Yeah, and it's all happening so quickly that the car just bites and goes in, especially with the sort of traction levels we're starting to get to. I mean, how's the traction? How do you feel the traction?
It's coming up. I mean, from here you can see it more. There's a clear line from up here. You might be able to see it on screen, but from your position, didn't actually realise it was that bad from down on the track. But yeah, you can feel it. The car is more responsive. It's slowly starting to feel a bit quicker, through a corner and out. Certainly, to full peak speed on the straight. But yeah, it's getting there.
Okay, good. And what in general, you're not in the top heat. I mean, I think last time it looked like you were a bit quicker than Mark Jewett in front of you, and you kept on sort of closing in on the back of him. You'd started off 3 seconds or so, 3 seconds behind him. He was off 2. You were off.
No, he was off 1, wasn't he?
He was off. He was off 1. Sorry.
5.
So 4 seconds behind him. So could you sort of had you marked in your head where he was on track?
So not on the first lap. After about 2 or 3 laps, I'd marked that he was in a certain position to where I was at that time, and I was already beating him. So I knew at that point, if I was there or thereabouts, I was going to be in front of him. And as you saw in that race, I kept clipping things, and you'd gauge where he is to how much time I'd lost. And it's one of those things. I'd also realised that, obviously, after being marshalled, lost me 3 or 4 seconds. That when you're still in second place, you realise you've got a bit of pace on others as well. So be round on round. Try not to mess the whole race up, but also trying to move forward as well.
I suppose, is it in your mind that there's only 8 in the top heat, and of course when you come to
Yes.
finals there's 10,
Yes.
so you kind of know that if you're in the penultimate heat and you're running second, there's a pretty good chance that actually that's going to be a top 10
Yeah,
round
so in
score
that round
anyway.
I was 10th overall.
Yeah.
I think Louis Parker had a bad run anyway, but I think one guy in the heat before qualified 8th, I think. Andreas, probably? I think it was.
Andreas Reifenschied, yeah.
Yeah, so you know in the heat down from the top heat that, you know, if you win that heat or you're the front part of it, you've got a good chance. You need to put yourself in the mix.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's a bit of a balancing act, and it's going to be your best 3 from 5, isn't it, to count that you have
6.
6 runs? Is it? Have they had an
They
extra
added-
run
they
tomorrow?
added- I think the next one tomorrow.
Right.
It was,
Okay.
It was 2 from 5 initially.
It was so it was 2 from 5, and it's now going to be 3 from 6.
Yeah.
That you'll be running over the course of the weekend. Okay, so we're going to have an extra round of qualifying. Sounds like it's been added in for tomorrow's schedule with the reduced number
I
of
think
people.
so.
Okay, we'll check that. In
Yeah.
fact, let me just double check the time schedule for tomorrow and see what it's showing. It might not have been updated yet, but I will check. So qualifying round 2 starts off tomorrow morning. Let's have a look at where we've got gaps. So we are up to heat 8. So we've got all of stock. We've got a small break in each round. Qualifying 3 starts. So that's just like a 5-minute gap. There's been an extra round of qualifying added tomorrow then to get us through the day. So we've got a bunch of small breaks, no lunch break in there at all by the looks of things. So when we say small breaks, we're talking like 20-minute break for the gap in between stock and modified. Normally you'd have if you were going to put a break in, you'd have it at the end of every round, but I think the reason it's been split like that, there are some drivers who have chosen to run stock and modified this weekend, and because they're running those 2 classes, especially if they're towards the top heat, it wouldn't really be fair on them just to have the top heat of stock go out, and then they'd have to go straight out and marshal, and then effectively they'd either be straight out again if they're in the penultimate heat of modified, or they'd be straight out again. It wouldn't really be very easy on them. So by moving where the break is and putting it in between stock and modified, it allows people still to enter that. Do you think it's altered the atmosphere at all? I mean, you've done several Euros now, with there being a few less people here.
Yeah, it does feel more relaxed in the pits on the aspect there is less people here. Obviously, the issues going on around the world and people's opinions on them, whether they're travelling or not, is individual. I'll probably put it that way. Certain parts, our part of the country in particular, most of us travelled. Some didn't, but most of us did. But certainly here, it is weird being at a European event. It's my 3rd one, and it's by far the least amount of people I've seen.
I think there's 2 things. I mean, the event, the entry list was a little bit lower anyway, and that's why we've seen the GT class added. There was the opportunity to do that. I think that was as a result of the World Championships being only 2 months ago, which certainly for a privateer, that's 2 pretty costly events.
Yeah.
To put close together, as I think we said in conversation earlier, the Worlds and the Euros, they're both premium events. Normally that is the premium event for the year that you do.
Please don't mention prices. My wife might be listening.
Okay, fair enough. You get everything free, don't you, Ben?
Yeah, of course I do.
Yeah.
I wish.
Yeah, absolutely. They are expensive events for people to do, and it's going to have affected it. And then you've got the current situation with the people's concerns with the coronavirus as well, which has influenced some people's decision whether they're comfortable with travelling or not, and you can't blame them for sort of making the decision that it's not a risk that they want to take, sort of travelling to a meeting where there's going to be a collection of people there for that.
Yeah.
But it's still left. There's still a strong level of competition here.
Yeah. Oh, it's very intense. You look at the gaps in between. Marcus and Newman were Not far in stock. Sorry.
In stock, there
Marcus
was
and
there
John Newman
there was about half a second between them, and pretty much it was quite similar to sort of you and Mark Jewett almost in a way, just at the other end of the top 10. That Marcus was just going around and doing his thing as Mark Jewett was, and the chaser was constantly just taking a tenth out, and looking like they were just about to do it, and then a small mistake, and boof, drop back everything that they'd gained over the past 5 laps or so.
Yeah.
And it takes something to get your focus back on it, doesn't it, when you've made that mistake?
Oh yeah, it does. If I'm honest, the top probably 4 or 5 people in that heat are machines. To be fair, they certain people around the world, certainly modified. The top 3 or 4 people could have the worst lap of their life, followed by the best. They can just put it out of their minds. Jorn Newman is one of them, unfortunately for me. All the other competitors. He after the Worlds went to a 1/8 meeting somewhere, didn't he, in a World Championship or something?
Yeah, the
Following
GT,
week. Different class. Just puts it in.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's a number of
Yeah.
hired guns. I mean, you get class specialists, and you just get very irritating people that can just pick up anything and drive it and be quick.
Unfortunately, I can nearly do that with a couple of bangs in the middle.
Yeah, and it's you marvel at them as I know myself the amount of adapting it takes between 2 classes to the point where I can't race 12 scale and touring car over the course of the winter because the driving styles are so different between the two. Yeah, that was a fairly big looking accident there.
Quite to start his race.
Yeah, before you start, that's
Jack LeBert?
yeah, it was Jacques Libar. Yeah,
Libar, sorry.
that fired that off. So, and he's lost one of his key skills, I think, with the ability to build a diff, which of course, and I mean that's made the cars harder to drive, hasn't it? That hasn't helped.
No.
Having to run spools rather than diffs.
No, they are a bit more alert. I mean, here they are just quicker.
Yeah.
That's the issue. You have to run them. If not, you're slow. It's that. I wouldn't. I'm not in the top 8. I wish I was, but I'd probably be a good final down further if I had a spool in. If I had a diff in, sorry. Minimum.
Yeah, your car would feel
Minimum.
nice to drive, but you just wouldn't have to drive off the corner.
It just a sitting duck.
Yeah. Yeah, we've all tried it, and you just know that you've got to put it in there, and all you can do is put it in and persevere. And that's effectively all you can do. Alex Laurent's gone off pretty quick at the start of this. He was obviously very quick in stock as well, and in fact seeded first in stock. He's pulled a pretty decent gap as he goes through the Rochard. And, little clip on the barrier there. Back as he comes through the A-main chicane, down towards the Montec M and back through the Zen-Z, down the main straight. But pretty good for Alex Laurent. That was Adam Catchpole. Just popped it on its roof, and Vess has got himself up into second, I believe, or no, Rene Doctor with the 7 car. Let's move and have a look at Vess's car. The yellow front, orange centre, black rear. The first of the cars onto the main straight now. So Vess is currently running third. Rene Doctor with the 7 car is like a couple of cars back. There's 3 white cars line astern. It's a little bit difficult to pick the numbers out from here, but he is certainly less than 2 seconds behind Vesser, so that's how Rene's got himself there. But a good gaggle of cars that we're watching, and Jacques in there as well, Jacques Libar, with the pink car, who amazingly is still running actually. Vesser's car looking pretty good. It's stalling a little bit mid-corner, possibly, not carrying quite as much speed as it could do compared to someone like Alex. Who we'll see, or Alex Hagberg, who we'll see in the next heat, and a pretty dominant display from Alex earlier on in practice. Jacques starting to give Vesser a bit of a hard time now, and a little bit of a difficult position that as well, because for that one, because Jacques obviously very quick, but he's made a mistake and he's now ended up behind people who he started in front of. And in fact, he's just made another mistake and dropped back. But that's always quite difficult because you know you're quicker, but you don't want to. You can't take them off, can you?
You going back to stock, I marshalled the top 8, as you know, and Louis Parker had the same problem with Marcus. At a certain point of that race, Marcus I'd have
Well,
been
Marcus
I
was
would've-
leading.
I would have been shouting at him like mad. You know, he's holding Lewis Parker up, but like you say, he was leading. Lewis made a mistake.
Yeah.
If Marcus would have given that position back, he only won the whole race by half a
By half a second.
Yeah.
It probably, if he'd have moved
that
out of the way.
That could have been the difference.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a really difficult thing, and looking at the pace at which sort of Lewis caught him as well, it also runs through your mind. It's like, if I let him go, if I just jump out of his way, he's probably going to pull that on me instantly, almost, and just drive off into the
But I think
distance.
you also gauge it by driver. I
Yeah.
think there's some drivers, unfortunately, out there. We all know who they are. Unfortunately, I'm one. That are really quick, but they do clip things. And if you're in an important race, you have that moral dilemma. You're thinking, how many times am I going to let that person through?
I suppose the other, what
And-
you don't want to do is let someone through and then them have an accident immediately in front of you and
Yeah.
you drive into their accident.
Yeah. Or then get past them and you've got to let them through again.
Yeah.
And you let one car through 5 times and still beat them.
Well, I know it myself. I mean, on the few occasions when I end up in the UK, when I end up sort of in the back of the top heat, inevitably I always do better from the front of the penultimate heat
Yeah.
than the back of the heat.
You're not the only one.
No, it's a pretty difficult thing to do.
Yeah.
It's an art in itself, is being lapped or being passed
Yeah.
without losing too much time.
Yeah. And trying to do it in a way that you're not holding the other person up, because if you're ever coming together, you're both losing. It's
Yeah.
as simple as that. And you know that. I'm similar to you. I prefer to be a quicker car in a heat, than a slow car in a quick heat, because you lose more time letting more people through.
It's a fine balance to strike. Inevitably, you can be you can gain time by being around quicker cars. This isn't going particularly well for Vesser this last couple of laps. Actually, having a look, that's been a little bit scruffy, a little bit scrappy for him. Alex Laurent's charged away at the front. Let's pick up Alex again. He's just coming out onto the main straight now. The yellow, orange, blue car. I think by that point your run's gone. Alex Laurent, as we've just picked him up, he's made a bit of a clip. He's made a bit of a mistake, but he is leading this one by a fairly substantial amount, actually. Alex Laurent with just under 5 minutes to go. He's got,
This is the hard bit for him, isn't it? Because if there's not 10 in the top heat, he knows he's going to be in the top 10.
There's 7 in each heat, and it's like, how hard does he push?
Yeah.
I mean, he's got no one in this heat who's kind of, he's
got such a big
he's
gap
not
to the
quite
next.
a lap down the road, but if you look, he's 3 seconds off of being a lap down the road from everybody.
Yeah.
And then that's a bit of a difficult thing, being so much quicker than anybody else.
Yeah.
And he'll probably be questioning in his head what we were just going back to.
Yeah.
If you're that much faster than everybody else, like, who's towing you along? He'll probably find that he'll make the A final, and all of a sudden his fastest lap will improve by 1/10, 2/10.
Yeah.
Just by being on track with faster cars, and it drags you along and pulls you into more speed.
Yeah, and the competitive edge, when he marshals the top heat, he'll be thinking, who's going to drop out of this and more places I can pick up?
Yeah.
Not wanting it to happen, but knowing it generally does happen to someone.
Someone will drop out of it, and that's you get that little warm feeling inside as that happens. And I mean, equally, when you're on the bubble, that's the worst feeling in the world. If you certainly when you're running FTD qualifying, and I've done this a few times, you put in a run in the last round of qualifying that puts you 10th, and then you've got to watch the top heat go, and there's 10 cars in it, and you're just watching someone go around. And I don't know if you've ever had that experience. Or
my first national LMP was that.
Yeah.
I was in a low heat because I'd never done a national. I was in the first heat.
Oh, that was even worse. I mean, you've got to watch everybody take a shot at it.
I put it 10th in the last round.
Yeah.
And I think I finished 12th, but the top heat had finished. The other people had got their run in, and it's just, you're happy because you're 12th from the first heat. It's pretty good.
Yeah.
But there's a part of you that's like, it's 10th.
It's just a horrible feeling, just watching everybody go out and take shots at you, I mean, it's even worse if you're in a position where you're refereeing and you're seeing the times and you're seeing someone who's sort of, they're going to jump me, and you can't say anything or do anything. You're there to do a job and referee the race, but it's a really difficult thing to keep your head on and your mind in it. I mean, Alex Laurent's doing a great job here of pulling away at the front. He's not really had any accidents. He's got himself within a second of lapping everybody else in the field, and I think, in fact, if he has he done it now?
Vesser's had a bad run, hasn't he?
Vesser's had a bad run, so he is no, not quite. He's passed everybody, but he needs to pull away 2 seconds in front of Jacques Libar to actually get a to actually get a lap on him on time. He's about a second, so he's pulled about a second on him. At the moment, Jacques Libar's the pink car that's just following through the back of the shot, so that's it. So Jacques crashed. So Alex has now lapped everybody as they come round. Yeah, so you can see he got him by a lap and 3/10 right there at the end. Just at the end. So great run there from Alex Laurent.
Yeah.
To put with his run that he did in stock earlier, which he put himself third in stock overall as well. So it's a good day's work for Alex Laurent. That run's definitely going to be in the top 10 somewhere, and he'll be hoping that sort of worst case scenario, that's going to put him 8th as the top heat gets set to go for the first time.
Wow.
Last 10 minutes. So Ben getting a bit of grief about climbing up onto the tower.
That's the only thing I haven't hit, apparently.
Yeah.
There we are.
Bit of good-natured abuse between the Brits.
Oh, yes,
always
there
helps.
will be. When we go for tea later.
It helps though, doesn't it?
Oh,
it
does.
It helps to relax the atmosphere.
I was talking to Morgan before I came up. He had a bad run in the last run. He was in my heat. And he crashed before the start of the race. And his face dropped, and he straight away looked to where his friends were standing. You know, his mechanics were standing in the pits. And it's that demoralising feeling of being told off when you're a child. You know you've done wrong. Not on purpose, but you've done it. And it's...
all you can do is laugh.
Yeah, it's so disappointing. But, like you say, laugh it off. It's... Take it on. Learn from it, hopefully.
Yeah. And, you've got to have fun. It's the whole reason that we do this. So in this run, a few recognisable names: Alex Hagberg, Ollie Payne, Marcus Moberman, Lewis Parker, Freddie Sudoff, and Hupo Honigol.
So like I said earlier about people who can pick up cars and drive anything, there's probably 4 in this race.
Yeah.
If not 5.
Yeah, I'd fancy most of these would be able to beat you in most. I mean, Freddie's a fairly recent comeback to 12th scale. Obviously, Jorn, we know off-road driver. Jump It, Hupo, we know is very quick with anything. Alex is quick with anything.
Libby's up and coming.
Yeah, absolutely. We were saying earlier, I think the thing he's added to his armoury is consistency. He's always had pace.
He's getting there. He's done well this weekend so far, because he normally has his dad with him everywhere. And this weekend is probably one of the first meetings without him, certainly bigger meetings.
Yeah.
He's only a young lad, so it might be the first time abroad without his dad, to be fair. And he's doing quite well.
Yeah, no, he's going very, very well. Seeded fifth in this, seeded second in stock.
Yeah.
Alex Hagberg's going to lead away, and we'll keep an eye on him.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Alex Hagberg, defending champion. He'll be looking to lay down a marker. It's always, I mean, this is the first round of qualifying proper. You really do not want to make a mistake on lap 1, do you?
No.
It's a horrible, horrible feeling as you drive straight into a barrier off the line.
Yeah.
Ollie Payne actually very slightly quicker than Alex on the opening lap. It was a 10th quicker. There was nothing in it. Ollie's taking another 10th out of Alex at the moment.
I think those two are generally in 12th specialists, if you will. I know they both do other classes, but they are at this class very, very good. Very good.
Yeah, both of them. They're very, very experienced. It's their main class. It's their favourite class. I think Alex, obviously known for touring car stuff, and Alex has just made a mistake actually. So Ollie picks up the lead. Let's run with Ollie, the white and pink car, down the main straight now, the number 2 car. He's just coming up through the Roche R, back through the A main chicane for Ollie. He's through the Montec M, back round through the Zen Z. Hagberg still running second despite that mistake. 2, 1 and 4. Yeah, it's what is there? There's these two have pulled a fair chunk already, actually, over Jorn Neumann.
I thought Neumann. Sorry, I don't know. I'm horrendous at pronouncing names.
No, that's okay. We've mangled plenty over the years.
With Jorn, I thought he'd go second at that point, but obviously not.
No, not quite. He's about 7/10 off the back of Alex at the minute.
Which doesn't seem a lot, but
it doesn't, and
it's a golden mile at the same time.
It is. Alex now right on the back of Ollie and applying pressure, and we saw Ollie looking quite quick, and that's fallen quite well for the pair of them. Who was the yellow car that they've just passed? That was Freddie Sudoff. Obviously, Alex probably a bit more familiar with racing with Freddie from the touring car side of things than Ollie may be. But this is exactly what we were saying. A mistake there from Alex Hagberg, and Hupo quite generous there in backing out of it so as not to disrupt Alex's run. We're running with Ollie Payne at the moment, our leader. Alex Hagberg 1 car behind him, started off 1 car 1 second in front of him. So Alex is trying to chase him down. This will be a good feeling for Ollie if he can keep this up.
Yeah. Also, obviously, people's cars are quicker at different points, aren't they? Ollie obviously started quite quick, and after Alex's mistake, he had a bit between his teeth and pushed like mad.
Quite often at the you'll find
who's crashed.
That's Alex.
That's Alex.
It is Alex. Alex on his roof. So Ollie is well in front now. I don't know if Alex is going to.
He's going to retire.
Is he pulled into retirement?
No. He jumped the track, obviously in the crash, and obviously went back.
Well, that was. I mean, he'd lost more than. Yeah, he'd lost a lot of time there.
I suppose at that point, you might as well, in his position, make sure you comply with every rule so that no one can say anything, because his ability, this run is gone, isn't it? Unfortunately.
Yeah, the run has gone. The run has dropped out completely.
So Louis up to second.
Yeah, he's got himself up in second. So good run coming together for Lewis. He's just coming onto the main straight now. Let's pick him up
under the rostrum now.
Yeah, that's Lewis Parker, the yellow front, white centre, orange rear car, just coming onto the main straight now. Lewis Parker coming round. He is chasing. That's Jorn, actually.
Yeah.
Now, Jorn running a slightly different colour body shell than is normal as well for him.
It's weird. You watch the same make car handle very differently in front of each other. Both travelling.
Yeah, in fact, Jorn's just got himself in front, and Lewis back to front. They started out 1 second apart. Jorn started out 4.
That's gone for Louis.
That's gone for Lewis. So that's he was actually very lucky not to collect Ollie as he came back on as well there. So that promotes Jorn Neumann back up into second. Lewis Parker still holding on to third though from Mobers. So Ollie Payne, what's he got in his pocket? Ollie leading this one by, let's see where Jorn is when he crosses the line. It's quite a big gap that Ollie's got over the rest of the field, I think, from leading from Jorn Neumann. Let's just double check. They're updating. There was only 2 seconds between them when they started, and it's about 6 seconds, so it's like half a lap.
Yeah.
That Ollie's got in his pocket over second place. Let's go back to Ollie and run with him. White front, pink rear, black centre. He's just coming out through the ZenZ onto the main straight now.
We wind him up about that.
That's our leader.
The colour of that car, the rear, everyone says pink, orange. I think he wants it to be red, but we wind him up.
I think if it was red, it might get confused with Mark Styles' car, but although it'd be a bit faster.
Yeah, I think the speed of it would be the giveaway.
Yeah. You know, if it was catching you, it was Mark, and if you were catching it, it was Ollie, and if you were catching it, it was Mark, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, right. That's about right.
Poor Mark.
A good way of differentiating it.
Yeah.
It's all right, he's plenty capable of giving that out as well.
Yeah.
We had a bit of a chat with Mark earlier. We'll try and bring some different drivers up here over the course of the weekend and have a chat with them. So much appreciated for them giving up their time to come and join us, and hopefully it's something a bit different for you guys too, to have a little bit of input into it over the course of the weekend. And
yeah, you've asked me before and I've always said no. Generally speaking, I can be quite potty-mouthed, so I try and avoid microphones. But yeah, as you can say, when I'm talking slowly at points to make sure I don't swear.
You're a little bit guarded. No, that's absolutely fine. Appreciate it. It's not the easiest thing to do. I mean, Ollie going well away with just over a minute to go. He's still got that 6 seconds over Jorn Neumann. So actually, Jorn's pegged him now. That 6 seconds, but all of the damage was really done in the first 4 minutes, I think, for Ollie, wasn't it?
Is he being pegged, or is Ollie actually just knowing he's the quickest? I've raced against Ollie and David as well. They're just annoyingly good. Like we said earlier, you can race them, you think you're the same speed, and you realise that they were just going as fast as they needed.
You think that sort of mental capacity, he's calculated he's that far in front, and he's got the spare mental capacity whilst driving the car at that speed to think, you know what, I don't need to I don't need to do that. I don't need to be in front of him.
The honest answer is a race with him at certain points, and he can tell you what you did wrong with your crash, because he has an eye on everything. There's certain points it comes more intense. They focus on their own car more than any other car, but their awareness of space and the whole track is just their advantage, and that's the confidence what their car's going to do and what they're going to do with it, that they can do that. The rest of us can't do that. I try to roll my rates on the car and I'll clip it. It's, they are just there.
Yeah, and I mean, there you go. Ollie Payne takes that by pretty much exactly 6 seconds from Jorn Neumann. Marcus Mobers in third, Hupo in fourth, Hagberg fifth, Freddie Sudoff sixth. Retirement for Lewis Parker, so that's going to put Laurent up into the top 10. Let's just see if we can get a bit of an overall. I'm pretty sure Ollie's going to have proved to have been the fastest, and there we go. Ollie Payne takes that round from Jorn Neumann, Marcus Mobers, Hupo Honigel, Alex Hagberg, Freddie Sudoff. Alex Laurent's effort from the previous heat put him 7th, Jacques Lieber 8th, Thomas Liptak 9th. Is that right? Lewis Parker 10th? Yeah. Lewis Parker still 10th, despite that not finishing. So
4 laps off pace.
4 laps off the pace, and full 30 seconds before the end, and it still put him in the top 10. So great effort. Well, thank you for joining us here on RC Racing TV today, and thank you, Ben, for joining us for a little bit of coverage. Just
no worries.
Steve disappears off of shot. We've been RC Racing TV, and we will be back tomorrow morning bringing you coverage of the final or the other 5 rounds of qualifying.